Fish 12. Dharma, law, morality, ethics. Preamble. Before reading this all-important 12th chapter of this all-important work of literature, a final instruction sheet for humanity, it shall prove judicious for the reader to carefully peruse the following pertinent glossary entries, in approximate order of their importance. Dharma, human rights, ahimsa, good, bad, right, wrong, violence, legitimate, crime, Euthyphro dilemma, evil, freedom of speech, objective, subjective, speciesism, pain, suffering, double effect, justice, legal, natural law, punishment, persecution, relative, absolute, slippery slope, law. The popular phrase, rule of law, is deliberately avoided in this book, as it is nonsensical, or at least, extremely paradoxical, as will be shown. Laws versus rules. First of all, it is absolutely imperative to distinguish between laws and rules. A law is a principle predicated on a scientifically established axiom. A rule is an imperative that is stipulated orally, or in writing, by any authority. Laws are divided into natural laws, such as the law of gravity and the various cycles of the biosphere, as well as the moral law, which is based on the principle of non-harm, such as the prohibition of theft, murder, and adultery. Additionally, there are conceptual fields in which laws, as well as rules, may be established, such as mathematics, logic, and grammar, syntax. Societal rules, on the other hand, are merely man-made edicts, such as the regulation of business practices or the convention of driving motor vehicles on one particular side of the road. Unfortunately, very few persons, hardly anyone, in fact, are able to differentiate the inextricable, singular law of morality from the contrived rules and regulations imposed on society by self-obsessed legislators. Therefore, this supremely valuable chapter of A Final Instruction Sheet for Humanity will attempt to logically explicate moral law, largely via its historically established and accepted metaethical definition, as opposed to the various laws of physics, which are completely superfluous to the import of this treatise. Whilst cosmological laws may transmogrify over eons, moral law necessarily remains constant within all human societies, throughout time. Never will there come a day when blatantly harmful deeds will be considered beneficial to human society, or else that society will perish. Those perceptive individuals who can clearly distinguish between unjustified harm and justified harm, since virtually all human activity is harmful to a certain degree, will plainly see that this picture of societal degradation is transpiring before their very own eyes. Later in this chapter, it will be amply explained how this meta-ethical position relates to real-life situations, known as normative ethics. Whilst the laws of physics, such as Newton's laws of motion and gravity, are extremely difficult, if not impossible, for humans to circumvent, the moral law is easier to break than it is for a healthy fish to swim in a sea of water. In fact, there seems to be very little in common between the natural law and the moral law. Therefore, it is preferable to use the Sanskrit term, dharma, instead of the English word, law, since the former word covers every conceivable facet of morality, see the glossary entries, law, and dharma. Whenever dharma, law is transgressed, even to a very minute degree, the entire universe is degraded proportionately. When a man is robbed of his property, not only is the victim's life adversely affected, but now, all people need to be more vigilant of their belongings. Thus, the universe as a whole is marginally demeaned, just as a single cancerous cell debases one's entire body, even if it is to a minuscule extent. In any case, the laws of physics are irrelevant here. So, to put it very succinctly, the expression, moral law, refers to an exceptionally unique and concise idea, the formula of ahimsa paramo dharma, a Sanskrit maxim, meaning, non-harm is the essence of the law, or non-violence is the epitome of morality, whereas the notion of rule refers to any edict promulgated by a dominator, whether or not the person or body possesses any genuine legitimacy, that decrees or prohibits any particular action. In no way does this imply that a rule cannot be beneficial to society, nor that a rule is intrinsically immoral. Therefore, a rule can clearly be useful and valid, even though it may not be unequivocally concerned with law. Just imagine the result of there being no airport authorities that govern the flight paths of aircraft in our skies. Merely due to the fact that the British government is illegitimate, does not suggest that one should erratically drive a motor vehicle on the streets of rush-hour London, simply in order to convey the fact that the English Parliament possesses no actual authority over its citizens. See also the glossary entries, authority, and legitimate. So, now that the terms rule and law have been properly explicated, it ought to be clear why the term the rule of law is nonsensical. Semantics, ethics versus morality. The English word ethics is practically identical with the term morality. Etymologically, both words mean customs, though the former word originates from the Greek ethike, the science of morals, based on ethos, whereas the latter word is from the Latin moralis, from mos, more, custom, plural, mores, morals. However, in modern English conventions, the term ethics is normally applied to actions or policies that are seemingly non-harmful, yet pose a certain moral dilemma. For instance, the use of genetic manipulation has the potential to enhance human reproductive outcomes, yet conversely, may trigger humans to devolve into a species that possesses artificial traits, unable to withstand assorted attacks from nature. In such cases, the term ethics is invariably favored in the stead of morality, especially within tertiary education institutions, and within practically every government department on earth that uses the English language. Cursorily, it may seem that the term customs is etymologically quite distant from the current usage of the words ethics and morality. However, when one examines some of the dictionary definitions of custom, this may not be entirely true. Two current definitions include 1. A traditional and widely accepted way of behaving or doing something that is specific to a particular society, place, or time. 2. A long-established practice or usage, having the force of law, or considered as unwritten law. And, since the concept of morality and ethics refers to the beneficence-harm dichotomy of any human action, as well as non-human actions, in some cases, customs seems to be a somewhat accurate synonym, even if it is not perfectly in concordance with the usage of those terms in modern English. This fact seems to strengthen the paradigm of morality given in this chapter of A Final Instruction Sheet for Humanity. The term customs itself originates from the Latin word consuscere, to accustom, via the Middle English costume, via Anglo-French. In the contemporary Anglosphere, that is, those countries where English is the national language, or at least widely understood and spoken, the term ethics is frequently used as a euphemism for morality, because morality is oftentimes considered to be too harsh a term for the act in question. E.g., it is unethical for an employer to pay male staff more than his female staff. In this example, if the term unethical was substituted with immoral, many persons may find it rather abrupt or offensive, though it is valid. Moreover, the term morality is used oftentimes in relation to sexual behavior, e.g., fornication is immoral, would invariably be used, rather than fornication is unethical. Contrariwise, the Greek and Latin words ethos and mores have been incorporated into English, and are sometimes used by native English speakers, mainly those working within the tertiary education system, that is, colleges and universities, especially the philosophy departments. Still, in the opinion of the author of this holy treatise, the most appropriate term for the concept of morals, ethics, is the Sanskrit dharma, since it encompasses all possible facets of law, morality, ethics, societal duties, and anything else that could possibly point to human customs. Meta-ethics. The three terms, law, morality, and ethics, are approximately synonymous, or at least, they are closely related notions, since breaking the law implies the execution of an act that is both immoral and unethical. Likewise, an immoral act is necessarily unethical, and vice versa. Just as there can be but a singular metaphysical schema, because the various extant systems like pantheism, idealism, panpsychism, theism, monism, and naturalism cannot all be perfectly correct, so too can there be but one completely accurate understanding of what constitutes morality. The study of what establishes morality, as opposed to what actions are either moral, amoral, or immoral, is known as metaethics. The following two red-letter paragraphs encapsulate what is, undoubtedly, by far the most accurate understanding of law, morality, ethics, dharma, in Sanskrit, ever conceived, and ought to be used by every learned person when teaching morality and practicing law, dharma. Imagine if every human on earth was to memorize and follow its wisdom, the current trajectory of impending doom might easily be averted. A law is a principle predicated on an inextricable axiom. In the field of physics, an example of such an unchanging axiom may be, according to the law of reflection, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. In the realm of thought, logic, an example of such a fundamental axiom may be, based on the law of non-contradiction, a propositional statement, such as, "It is raining," cannot be both true and false, in the sense that it cannot be raining and not raining at the same time, in the same place. In the arena of morality, there is but a singular inextricable law, principle, and that is, the axiom of, do no undue, that is to say, do no unjustifiable, harm to oneself, to human society as a whole, to other living organisms, or to the inorganic environment, and preferably, as far as practicable and reasonable, execute those actions that will benefit oneself, human society as a whole, other living beings, and or the natural environment, even if no obvious signs of life are present therein. Any other proposed metaethical stance, such as utilitarianism or divine command theory, is definitionally a normative posture, as these fail to address the central question of what precisely constitutes morality, ethics, as will be thoroughly demonstrated within this chapter of FISH. Morality, ethics, is the branch of philosophy concerned with how any particular volitional act conforms to, or contradicts, this moral law. Hence, the plural, laws, is utterly redundant. Thus, the phrase, "the laws of my country seem to be awfully oppressive," is nullified by the very definition of the term, law. The self-styled laws, listed in the so-called law books of the various local, state, and national governments of the world, are largely spurious rules or regulations that are an attempt to codify normative rejoinders to a range of nominally criminal acts. Moral acts are those deeds performed by a human being of adequate rational competence, that is, a person above the age of reason, and one of sound mental competence, that bring about a net benefit to that individual, other individual humans, society as a whole, other organic life forms, and or the natural environment, irrespective of whether or not the environmental undertaking or activity directly benefits organic life, according to the principles of Dharma, as fully explicated in this chapter, and in the glossary entry, Dharma. Theoretically, a non-human animal, too, can execute a moral deed, such as a dog that rescues its owner from drowning in a pool of water. And obviously, a child below the age of reason can perform wholly beneficial acts, but if he or she is unaware of the beneficence of his or her action, it is said to be accidental. Amoral acts, at least for the purpose of this teaching, are those actions that are neither against the moral law, nor those that directly benefit oneself, society as a whole, or the natural environment. In other words, amoral acts are neutral acts. Only an infinitesimally tiny proportion of all our endeavors belong to this category. Any harmful action that is purely accidental is neither moral nor immoral, and therefore is amoral. Immoral deeds are those premeditated actions that are in defiance of the moral law. This refers to those volitional actions accomplished by a person of adequate rational competence, that is, a child over the age of reason, or an adult who is not mentally disabled, and in some cases, a non-human mammal belonging to a species with a relatively advanced intellectual capacity, especially a domestic pet, that are intended to cause harm to individuals, including oneself, to society as a whole, or to the natural environment, the latter of which may include other living organisms. Here, act may include an act of omission. If one has the ability and the opportunity of assisting a fellow human, and in certain cases, a non-human animal, in dire need, one ought to do so. In this regard, refer to the section dealing with the so-called is-ought problem. These two passages comprise the most authoritative meta-ethical position ever postulated, and the vast majority of humans who have ever lived would largely agree with it, or, at least, the vast majority of those with a modicum of both intelligence and wisdom. This planet is full of abject fools. The term, normative ethics, refers to the discernment of any particular act being either moral, or immoral, or, in rare cases, amoral or neutral, according to the principles of DHARMA, more specifically, whether or not the act in question has directly or indirectly caused unjustifiable harm, or may lead to unwarranted harm at some point of time in the future. See further down, for the most veracious exposition of normative ethics, otherwise known as applied ethics, extant, as well as the entries, meta-ethics, and normative ethics, in the glossary. Nota bene. Above, the words premeditated and intended were included in the definition of immoral deeds, in order to disqualify those harmful actions that are strictly accidental, and not those actions that are deliberate. So, in order to provide an example of a purely accidental deed, a cyclist who inadvertently hits a girl, suddenly running across his path, is completely blameless, of course, because he had no intention to hurt the child in question. On the other hand, an unmarried couple who engages in illicit sexual intercourse, does so intentionally, even if they are so naive to think that their sinful deed will not cause undue harm, and even if it was not premeditated, in other words, an impulsive act. Keep in mind that moral culpability is always to be judged on a case-by-case basis, so it may be possible that the couple are also innocent. The mere fact that very few parents any longer teach their children the moral law, dharma, in Sanskrit, suggests that fornicators may be offered some degree of leniency, whereas in ancient times, when certain societies were founded upon religious strictures, there would be no excuse for a couple to engage in illicit sexual activity, unless perhaps, they happened to be afflicted with some kind of psychological disability. Then again, there are circumstances where the consequences of an action may appear to be accidental, yet, are the result of gross negligence, such as a nuclear reactor knowingly engaging in unsafe practices in order to save money, and thus resulting in an accidental nuclear disaster. The reason for acts alone being included in the above definitions is simply because immoral thoughts cannot be punished by a second party. However, it should be obvious to those who are truly intelligent and wise that immoral thoughts are harmful to the thinker of such thoughts. Of course, if and when deleterious thoughts fructify as manifest crimes, those crimes should be punished, if deemed sufficiently injurious. Furthermore, despite the implication that immoral acts are entirely premeditated, this can apply also to those actions that are the result of premeditated actions, an example being the injury or death of another, precipitated by a perpetrator who is operating a machine whilst drunk. In such cases, it is important to not attribute malice to those actions that were too far removed from the final harmful act. So, in the present example, one should not be accused of malevolence for having issued a license to a car driver who eventually injures a pedestrian, obviously. In the West, the Latin legal terms, actus reus, guilty act, and mens rea, guilty mind, are normally used to describe this action-intention dichotomy. Actus reus is the actual physical act committed, or in the case of omission, not committed, in a crime, whilst mens rea is the intent or awareness of moral wrongdoing behind the crime. For instance, if you rob a poor priest, and you know that you are doing something immoral, and you did it anyway, that would be called mens rea. If you leave a baby alone in a motor vehicle, and you do not realize that you are doing something harmful, you are still negligent. Without actus reus and mens rea, there cannot be a crime. Both elements are required, at least according to flawed, European-based legal standards. Of course, as demonstrated elsewhere, there may be criminal acts that do not necessitate a guilty mind, such as the death or injury of a third party, caused by a person operating a machine, such as a motor vehicle or a handgun, who is under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Despite the injury being accidental, it most likely would not have occurred, if not for the deliberate use of intoxicants. Such antisocial persons must not be permitted to escape the consequences of their mischievous behavior. METAETHICS in syllogistic form. In order to demonstrate the obvious truism that there is but a singular meta-ethics, that is to say, that there is only one possible definition of ethics and morality, these two terms being precisely synonymous, and that any other professed meta-ethical postulation, such as utilitarianism, deontology, virtue theory, or ethical egoism, cannot constitute a metaethical position, because they utterly fail to address the central question at hand, and that is, to what exactly do the words morality and ethics refer? This polysyllogism has been constructed. Premise 1. Etymologically, both terms, ethics and morality, refer to customs, yet the former is from Greek, whilst the latter from Latin. Premise 2. According to most English dictionaries, the word customs refers to traditional and widely accepted ways of behaving or doing. Something that is specific to a particular society, place, or time. Or an established practice or usage, having the force of law or right. Premise 3. Over the centuries, the two terms have slightly metamorphosed, in order to include, or rather, to signify in the main, those actions and behaviors that either adversely affect humans, or benefit humans, as well as non-human species, in many cases. In order to prove this particular premise, the reader is challenged to think of any behavior or action that is considered by, at least some humans, to be immoral, yet does not directly or indirectly result in some kind of psychological, financial, or physical harm enacted. So, in order to provide an example, in recent centuries, nobody is likely to claim that it is objectively immoral for an Irishman to wear red-colored clothing on St. Patrick's Day, when it is customary to wear green clothes, because the definition of moral has changed somewhat from its original sense of mores, societal norms, to actions that are considered to be unduly harmful. Conclusion. Since any particular human behavior or action that is considered immoral invariably involves some kind of perceived harm enacted upon an individual or group of individuals, there can be only one understanding of what constitutes morality, and that is morality, and likewise, ethics, necessarily denotes those actions that may possibly enact unjustified harm, which are termed immoral deeds, and conversely, those actions or behaviors that are thought to be beneficial, which are termed moral deeds. Of course, this rather simplistic, though highly accurate, appreciation of the notion of morality requires some elaboration and refinement, and this undertaking has been admirably accomplished in this chapter of A Final Instruction Sheet for Humanity. Additionally, in order to keep with the title of the present chapter, the Sanskrit word, dharma, is a significantly more appropriate term, for it embraces absolutely any notion or action that upholds human society, dharma, literally meaning, to uphold, some of which may not seem obviously harmful. For example, as a member of the holy priesthood, it is my dharma to teach religion and dharma itself, and if I was to neglect this duty, I would be guilty of contravening dharma, even though to the casual observer, i.e. the typical human, it may appear that I am not committing a blatant offense by working as an architect or operating a fruit juice stand. For example, the ostensible, meta-ethical position, known as deontology, inculcates one to follow a set of rules, according to a specified formula, which are assumed to result in human society becoming more moral and more virtuous, yet it does not address the question of what exactly makes moral acts distinct from immoral acts, as understood from a far higher point of view, especially from an evolutionary standpoint. Likewise, utilitarianism and consequentialism, though they superficially may seem to be meta-ethical in principle, also fail to properly address the fundamental question of what constitutes ethics, morality, but instead, merely propose that the most ethical, moral course of action is to do that which provides the greatest utility, or that which results in the best consequences, according to some contrived, subjective standard. What constitutes justifiable harm? What exactly is harm? We all know, intuitively, whenever we are subjected to harm by a second party, human or non-human. Unfortunately, due to the egotistic, in this case, meaning, self-engrossed, and not any definition provided in Chapter 10, Nature of our species, we are less competent at perceiving harm experienced by a second party. This is, perhaps, most obviously seen in the fact that only a minute proportion of humans are vegan. In fact, one of the most famous, so-called, philosophers, in the Western tradition, the French mathematician, Dr. René Descartes, idiotically considered non-human animals to be naught but soulless machines. Harm is defined as any physical or mental damage or injury, or something that causes someone or something to be hurt, broken, made less valuable or less successful. In order to simply exist in this far from perfect world of ours, it is oftentimes necessary to execute harm, either directly or indirectly, upon other living beings, upon society as a whole, or upon the inorganic environment, which invariably involves some kind of harm to plants and/or animals indirectly, anyhow. Harm can be justified when the benefits received by the actor, and/or a third party, or parties, are outweighed by the harm caused by the said actor. According to the principles of Dharma that have evolved over the course of time, and encapsulated most fully in the body of this holy book, there are a couple of axioms that should be used to judge whether any harm caused is justifiable. Perhaps the most important of these axioms is that of societal hierarchy, which states that the needs and desires of the more senior members of society ought to supersede those of the subordinate members of society. For example, as the current world teacher himself, I, the author of this holy treatise, have the powerful desire for human societies to be organized according to Dharmic principles, which includes such ideologies and practices as a fully patriarchal societal organization, especially monarchical governance, avoidance of gratuitous animal use and consumption, greatly limited environmental exploitation, a completely free market economy, a monetary system backed by precious metals, the restriction of females in public life, refer to chapters 25 and 26, regarding how destructive it can be for bossy, feministic women to impose themselves in the public arena, and all things beneficial to human society, to the animal, plant and fungal kingdoms, and to the apparently inorganic environment. If, on the other hand, the wishes and desires of a subordinate of mine, such as a random working class guy or a female, were adhered to, the possibility of undue harm would be greatly more likely, because the typical man or woman will invariably support things that are contrary to Dharma, such as democracy, socialism, feminism, carnism, and the unjustifiable abortion of precious infant human beings. For instance, since any form of non-monarchical government is intrinsically harmful to society, it is indefensible, see chapters 21 and 22. The subsection dealing with moral dilemmas provides additional illustrations of this hierarchical truism. In order to clarify this paradigm, it is not asserted that the wishes and desires of the current world teacher ought to be preferred, simply for the fact that he is a world teacher, but due to the fact that, by definition, his wishes and desires are more dharmic than any other human on the planet, otherwise, he would not be the world teacher, obviously. And, provided that the holy and righteous tenets of the world teacher trickle down to his community or nation, it would be assured that practically all of his subordinates are also following Dharma to a large extent. For example, when a father admonishes his children for stealing toy ships from his neighbor's kids, it would be counted as a moral act, confirmed by the teachings of the current world teacher. In order to solidify this Dharmic proposition of morality, founded on unjustified non-harm, with reference to societal hierarchy, the current paragraph contains the following rather extreme examples. If a legitimate national ruler, otherwise known as a king or a monarch, lops a number of trees, and uses them to produce paper, in order to print copies of the one and only holy scripture that has ever been composed, it would normally be considered justified harm to the trees, because the copies of FISH that the patriarch prints have the potential to rescue humanity from individual suffering, societal degradation, and environmental devastation. On the other hand, if a businessman uses the paper to print copies of adharmic works of literature, such as the Communist Manifesto, or decidedly less sinfully, pornographic, obscene photographs, it would constitute unjustified harm, since such publications are objectively depraved, and can never be morally defensible. As the world teacher, if I clear a large tract of land, and in the process, unintentionally destroy the habitat of a number of birds, in order to build a monastery for housing monastics, seminarians, it could be seen as a justifiable act, because I intend to train the monks in the intricacies of law, metaphysics, and religion, which are proven to liberate humanity from undue pain and suffering. Conversely, if a woman was to pay a construction company to erect, pun not intended, believe it or not, a brothel on the very same plot of land, it would be unjustifiable, because prostitution is an objectively immoral act, according to the law, that is, according the only authentic meta-ethical position, called DHARMA. Although the two examples of harm enacted by the king and the priest, proffered in the previous paragraph, may be legitimate, i.e., dharmic, instances of justified harm, they may not necessarily elucidate how the hierarchical aspect of moral justification comes into play, in regard to moral judgment, considering the fact that the communist and the pornographer, as well as the brothel madam, are executing objectively immoral deeds. Therefore, a more real-to-life example may be the scenario in which a mother punishes her child for disobedience, which is justified by the fact that the duty of a parent includes disciplining her offspring, according to the codes of law, dharma, whereas the child has no such privilege of administering any kind of disciplinary action in respect to his mother, for that would contradict the tenets of authentic law. Another example is as follows. If a genuine vizier, see chapter 23, is granted a large parcel of land by a legitimate government, definitionally, he will manage the land as a just landlord, whereas if a person of lower social stature, in other words, a working class man or a woman, or even more preposterously, a child, is allotted the same portion of land, he or she will, again, definitionally, invariably mismanage the estate, for a working class guy lacks the necessary personal qualities and the prerequisite practical skills to oversee the running of such a tract of land. The very same paradigm applies to any harm that may be caused to species of life, other than humans. For example, if 7 caterpillars are necessarily destroyed whilst rescuing a domestic pet from the roof of one's dwelling place, that seems to be a fully justifiable action, and it would indeed be justifiable, because the life of a high-order species of mammal, such as a dog, cat, or rabbit is vastly superior to a mere insect, such as a caterpillar. Similarly, for any perceived harm that is caused to inorganic matter. For example, if a huge boulder is broken into many brick-shaped rocks, and used to build a house, in order to shelter a family of humans, it would normally be considered justifiable, and indeed, it would be justifiable, because the life and comfort of the most highly evolved species of life on Earth, Homo sapiens, is almost infinitely more valuable than the structural integrity of a large monolith, whereas if the boulder was to be thrown into a lake of water, merely for fun, it would be considered unjustified, because lakes normally contain a variety of flora and fauna that may be harmed due to the act in question. On the other hand, if a pair of lifeless loudspeakers was vandalized out of spite, as my last girlfriend attempted to do, to my world-class pair of full-range monitors, it would obviously be unjustifiable, because the vandal has no authority to damage the property of another human being. Just before revising this subsection, I read a reply to a comment of mine, on an internet website called YouTube, in which the author of the video, a so-called animal rights activist, claimed that vivisection and animal experimentation can never, under any circumstances whatever, be morally justified. If you, the reader, have carefully read this far into this chapter, especially the preceding paragraphs of this subsection, you may have already guessed what would be my response to this strictly absolutist position. In order to provide a quite extremist example of how experimenting on an animal can be justifiable, let us imagine the scenario where the survival of the human species depends on the discovery of a cure for a lethal viral infection. In order for scientists to develop a remedy for the virus, it is necessary for an experimental virologist to administer a potentially lethal injection to a fruit fly or a house fly. Who among you would consider the potential harm caused to the insect to be unjustifiable? Only those incredibly deluded, so-called animal rights advocates, who have been indoctrinated by evil, radical ideologies. See also Chapter 30, or the glossary entry, Speciesism, regarding such stupid, irrational, inane, foolish, silly, misled, brainwashed dullards. What constitutes beneficial deeds? Put simply, beneficial deeds are those actions that result, either directly or indirectly, to an increase in well-being to any human or non-human living organism. Well-being is defined as anything that comports with Dharma, and not merely anything that gratifies the desires of the living organism. So, just because a child enjoys consuming junk food, like sweet candy bars, it does not equate with genuine well-being, of course. Obviously, when one living creature is benefited, it may lead to the harm of another living organism. Therefore, ascertaining the beneficence of any action is entirely dependent on the input of applied ethics, predicated on Dharma. At this point, the notion of Dharma must be studied, because Dharma is not quite as simple as the concept of law, but includes the idea of societal duties, as well as the fact that human society is fundamentally hierarchical, as are most all mammals and many non-mammalian species of Animalia. Hence, as a general rule, the needs and/or desires of those more superior in the hierarchy of society ought to predominate over those who are subordinate. In order to illustrate this axiomatic proclamation, two examples are provided in the following two paragraphs. As will be seen, the fact of hierarchy among humans applies also to all species of life, e.g., mice are superior to ants. Ants are superior to grass. Grass is superior to microbes, etc., and also to hierarchy within a species. For example, queen bees are undeniably superior to worker bees, and therefore, to intentionally cause harm to a queen bee is greatly more destructive to a bee colony than the death of many worker bees. N.B. Carefully read the glossary entry, Dharma. When a starving woman consumes any non-human animal product, that action obviously harms the animal that is consumed, or, in the case of animal merchandise processed for non-dietary purposes, used for clothing, toiletries, furniture, electronic devices, etc., yet it benefits the starving human by facilitating her very survival. And because humans are the most highly evolved organism in the known universe, the extinguishment of the life of a non-human animal may be justified, at least in the case where no edible plants are accessible, such as the not so uncommon scenario of a human being stranded on a boat in the ocean, and compelled to catch fish or other aquatic species, in order to avoid perishing. This notion is related to, if not identical with, the doctrine, or principle, of double effect, expanded upon later in this chapter. When a woman divorces her master for illegitimate reasons, see Chapter 27, she should not be allowed to take anything at all with her, except the clothing that she is wearing, of course, purely in order to maintain her modesty, because everything that she seemingly owned, such as her children, her jewelry, her electronic appliances, motor vehicles, wardrobe, etc., are ultimately owned by her husband, and these must not be removed from his house, simply due to the fact that the woman does not want to continue being married to him. Again, for spurious reasons, there are instances in which a woman has the right to divorce her owner, none of which are relevant to this subsection. So, assuming that a woman has divorced herself from her lord for illegal motives, it is beneficial to society that she is prevented from looting his material possessions, otherwise it will lead to a mass spate of such robbery, as has occurred in most every nation on earth in recent decades. What constitutes neutral acts? As stated in the second, red letter, paragraph, above, only an infinitesimally tiny proportion of all our endeavors belong to this category, which is situated precisely halfway between moral and immoral. Amoral acts are those deeds that do not provide any obvious benefit to a living creature, nor do they unjustifiably harm any living organism. Possibly the best examples of such amoral deeds are rules, as opposed to laws, or to be more accurate, to the one and only law of non-violence. For example, if the ruling body of a community was to enact a rule that road traffic must travel on only one side of public roads, such a rule could not be seen to be moral, that is, beneficial, nor could it be seen to be immoral, that is, harmful, notwithstanding extenuating circumstances. In order to clarify this, if the government decreed that traffic must travel on the right side of the street, that rule would be equally as moral as decreeing that traffic must travel on the left side of the street. In other words, it would be amoral. Of course, the fact that a governmental body enforces motor traffic to travel on one particular side of the street, as opposed to driving haphazardly, is a moral pronouncement, for it is designed to minimize chaos and traffic accidents, which would be unduly harmful to those humans traveling on the road. In the latter case, for instance, if everybody owned right-hand drive motor vehicles, and the government decreed that all cars, trucks, and buses must henceforth travel on the opposite side of the street, and consequently, convert their vehicles to left-hand drive, that would impose an unfair burden on the population, and therefore, be considered an immoral rule. In brief, there are very few human actions that are completely morally neutral, that is, amoral, though, of course, many actions are so trivially moral or immoral, that no praise or blame need be heaped upon the actor. If a child spends 2 minutes longer playing video games on his electronic device than he is permitted by his father, his parent may consider his son's disobedience unworthy of any kind of disciplinary action. Furthermore, actions that are genuinely unintentional, such as the typical road vehicle accident, are neither moral nor immoral, by definition, extenuating circumstances notwithstanding, such as the physical or mental condition of the actors in question. For example, an adult human who has imbibed mind-altering substances such as alcoholic beverages or hallucinogens, or perhaps, happens to be situated in a state of rage, before taking control of a motorized vehicle, is morally responsible for any accidental injury that may ensue, because he or she ought to know the dangers of operating a vehicle in such a condition, assuming that he or she is not afflicted with a kind of chronic psychological disability. And, in the case of those souls who suffer from serious mental debilities, they should be prohibited from such risky activities in the first place. In the second, red letter, paragraph, above, it is asserted that a human child, below the age of reason, who performs a moral act, that is to say, a morally beneficial act, is factually performing an amoral, neutral act, since he or she is incapable of understanding the moral implications of the act in question. For example, I have seen a video on the internet, in which a young boy is attempting to rescue a goat from being slaughtered by the child's father. Undoubtedly, if questioned, the boy would not be able to justify his action on the basis of any kind of philosophical rationale, but purely on emotive grounds, founded upon his natural compassion for his childhood pet. Of course, if one was to argue the point with me, I could probably concede that such an act could be classified as moral, dharmic, since similar acts performed by non-human animals could also be counted as moral, dharmic. Even the most intelligent non-human animal who has ever lived is using its own intuition and emotion when performing such a moral act, such as protecting its offspring from the taunts of an aggressive member of its clan. Subjective and objective versus relative and absolute. One of the least understood concepts in all of human thought is that of morality, ethics being either subjective or objective, and likewise, either relative or absolute. In case it was insufficiently explicated in previous paragraphs, it is suggested to read the following, in conjunction with pertinent terms in the glossary. Morality, ethics, like everything in this relative sphere, is indeed relative. That is to say, moral acts are in relation to immoral acts. Amoral acts are relative to both moral and immoral acts. Yet, morality is objective, as opposed to being subjective. As clearly explained earlier in this chapter, every human, and even many non-human, thought, word, and deed is objectively either moral, amoral, or immoral. To put it slightly differently, every human action is, from a purely objective standpoint, either unduly harmful, neutral, or beneficial. The only problem in this regard is discerning which authority is qualified to judge whether or not any particular thought, word, or deed is objectively either moral, amoral, or immoral. And, as proven in Chapter 07, because there exists no perfect person, there can never ever be a perfect discernment of which thoughts, words, or deeds are either moral, amoral, or immoral. Nevertheless, the fact that there is no perfect judge does not negate the fact that morality is objective. Note that a perfect judge is not to be conflated with an impartial judge. It is eminently possible for a human to be totally impartial when judging the culpability of another person, even a member of one's in-group. Read the following subsection, which demonstrates how it is possible for morality to be absolutely objective, despite there existing no perfect judge. Even if approximately 70 or 80% of crimes were judged as immoral, and punished by proper authorities, it would enable human society to flourish to a very great extent, as opposed to the current state of affairs, in which a tiny fraction of crimes are actively curtailed. When, for example, did you last hear of anybody being executed for extramarital sexual intercourse, chastised for animal abuse? Almost every human being who has ever lived was a carnist, for heaven's sake. Or engaging in mass murder, as does virtually every government on earth. Therefore, to criticize authentic Dharma for being imperfect, and consequently, ought to be disregarded, merely due to the fact that there is no perfect judge, is a senseless position to take, for the fact remains that Dharma is indeed perfect, even if all human judges are imperfect, and human society would cease to exist as a cohesive unit without the law of non-harm in place, a scenario that is rapidly approaching, it seems. Morality is absolutely objective. In order to provide a simple example of these concepts, think of a child removing a grape from the kitchen refrigerator without permission from her superiors, such as a parent, uncle, aunt, or elder sibling. One may say, well, yes, the child seems to have committed a criminal act, since she stole a grape. Stealing is objectively evil, sinful, immoral, unethical, or any other synonym that one may tender. Yet, assuming that her family are not literally dying of starvation, the act of stealing a measly grape is hardly a serious matter, and I cannot imagine any decent parent punishing their child for such a minor misdemeanor. However, while it may be indeed true to argue that the crime in question is so incredibly trivial, that no form of punishment ought to be administered to the girl, the fact remains that it is objectively a criminal offense. Likewise, each and every act by a conscious agent, even one afflicted with a mental disability, is either objectively moral, amoral, or immoral. This does not imply that every objectively immoral act ought to be punished in exactly the same manner, of course. In the case of those with a psychological disorder, for instance, all relevant particulars should be taken into consideration, before judgment is passed on the accused. This is where the distinction between meta-ethics and normative ethics needs to be untangled, see those terms in the glossary of this holy book. In order to put it even more tersely, whenever any body or any individual person, human or otherwise, performs any action, or executes any command whatsoever, the act is objectively either beneficial, that is, moral, neutral, amoral, or unduly harmful, immoral. Thus, every volitional act performed by humans above the age of reason, which, as explained further down, is not a fixed age, and without any significant psychological disability, belongs to one of the three aforementioned categories, without ambiguity, from a purely objective, God's eye view, perspective. However, as explained, the adjudication as to which of the three categories any particular deed belongs, is entirely predicated on the system of justice extant in one's nation or country, for better or for worse. Hopefully, now that this holiest of all holy scriptures has been published, the world will come to understand morality in a far more scientific manner than it has in past millennia, and we humans should now be able to make superior moral conclusions, in order to avoid the trajectory of moral decadence plainly visible in the present age of darkness. Analogically, on the macro level, there is a definite, objective separation between a person's bodily form and the surrounding environment. However, in order to view the precise borderline between that person and his or her surroundings, one needs to zoom into the microscopic level, or even the subatomic level, and even so, the borderline is rather hazy and indistinct, especially when viewing bodily cavities and hairs. Likewise, an immoral action is objectively immoral, even though it may require the keen eyesight of a highly trained observer to judge it so. Simply because there may be a great deal of disagreement regarding the morality of an action, does not entail that morality is subjective, but only serves to demonstrate that there is an absence of a perfect judge within human society, even if there exists a perfect divine being, God. A given body of liquid may be an exact temperature, to 10 decimal places, at least purely theoretically. For example, a tub of boiling hot water may be 362.436867530 degrees Celsius. Simply because there may not exist a thermometer sufficiently accurate to measure such precise a temperature, does not negate the scientific fact that it is theoretically possible to measure the temperature of the water to 10 decimal places. Similarly, just because there may not reside a perfectly competent judge in any extant human community, it does not imply that morality is subjective. It merely suggests that society ought to seek a greater wisdom and understanding of objective morality, by studying authentic law, DHARMA, from authoritative scriptures, particularly this very chapter of A Final Instruction Sheet for Humanity, as well as from genuine spiritual preceptors, in order to refine the judgmental aspect of law, morality, ethics, again, best referred to by the Sanskrit term, dharma. A brilliant example of how morality is absolutely objective would be the act of a man, let's call him Mansur, punching a woman, let's call her Susan, in the face, without justifiable cause, an example of justifiable cause being self-defense. On a scale of, let us say, 1000, the punch falls at a level of impact of 769, and so, it is moderately forceful. Thus, the punch of 769 1/1000ths is far more serious a crime than a punch with a very low level of impact, let us say 23 out of 1000. Therefore, it seems rather obvious that there is a definite, objective, stance-independent scale of harm that can be enacted. If, rather, Mansur had hit Susan with a level of impact of 5 out of 1000, it could easily have been considered more of a tickle than a punch. So anybody who claims that morality is subjective, is blatantly incorrect in their assertion. Of course, no human, at least without the aid of advanced technology, could possibly distinguish between an impact of 769 1/1000ths from one of 763 1/1000ths, especially after the act has already taken effect, so we can judge harm only as best we can, given the circumstances. In brief, the act is objectively immoral on a scale of gravity, from very trivially immoral, to very severely immoral, yet, due to flawed human judgment, the ruling and repercussions of the deed will necessarily be imperfect. Additionally, an act may be considered immoral, wicked, even if there is no harm enacted, simply due to the intention of the enactor, such as an attempt to strike another person without proper justification, as in the present example. See the glossary entry, absolute, in contradistinction to the capitalized form of the word, which is also defined there. Of course, the above assertion hinges on the premise that morality is defined by the only factual interpretation of the term, and that is, whether any action executed by a conscious agent causes unjustifiable harm to any number of living beings, as well as to society as a whole, and even to the inorganic environment, assuming that there exists such a place on this planet. If one was to advance another meta-ethical position, such as utilitarianism or deontology, this completely objective view of morality may not apply. However, if one carefully studies this chapter, it should be clear that those two aforementioned so-called meta-ethical postulates are not, in fact, by definition, metaethical, but are a rather flawed understanding of what factually constitutes morality. Due to the dense nature of this topic, it will invariably require multiple readings of this text, in order to satisfactorily reach this veridical conclusion, though essentially, morality is a fairly straightforward matter. Morality is unconcerned with good, bad, nor with right, wrong actions. When making moral judgments, it is more appropriate to use the aforementioned terms, i.e., moral, amoral, and immoral, or at least the dichotomies, holy evil, or righteous unrighteous, rather than good bad, or right wrong. At the time of writing, most persons seem to use the dichotomy of good evil, rather than good bad, and holy evil, probably because they consider holiness to be an exclusively religious concept. However, the terms holy and righteous are essentially synonymous, for they refer to a person or an act that is fully in accordance with pure, holy, and righteous principles, dharma, in Sanskrit. So, basically, a holy human is one who obeys the law of non-harm, ahimsa, In Sanskrit, and as the ancient Sanskrit axiom states, ahimsa paramo dharma, non-violence is the highest moral virtue or law. Even if one considers the term holy to refer solely to one who is fully devoted to God, and follows every dictate and prohibition mandated by such a God, that would not negate the fact that a godly human is one who is free of sinfulness, wickedness, in both thought and in deed. Even though the adherents of Buddhism and Advaita Vedanta, Hinduism, are atheists, does that imply that they are unable to achieve holiness? No. Furthermore, in order to demonstrate how the common, good-evil, dichotomy, is blatantly erroneous, let us take the example of cooking a meal. If one was to use a stove or an oven in order to heat food, it would be good, as opposed to using a cigarette lighter or a matchstick, for that would be a bad method of cooking food, practically useless, in fact. Or in order to use a more realistic example, if one was to use a knife to cut an avocado, that would be a good way of cutting the fruit, whereas to use a serving spoon to cut the avocado in half would be a bad method of executing the deed. So, in brief, the knife would be good for cutting, whilst the spoon would be bad. Nobody, except, perhaps, a university lecturer in analytical philosophy, would dare claim that it would be immoral to use the spoon. And obviously, the term evil is a term that is used exclusively in relation to morality. Again, no one would consider it evil to use the spoon. Therefore, at the risk of overstating the point made in the previous paragraph, the antithesis of evil is holy, righteous, or moral, and not bad. My point is hereby made. The reason why the dichotomy, good-evil, is silly, is simply because the word good demands a metric, good, according to what axiom? Whereas the metric for evil is implied within the term itself, since evil indicates that which in defiance of the moral law. Of course, this entire discussion is unique to contemporary English language conventions. Other tongues will most likely be impervious to such idiosyncrasies. As the Bard of Avon once so rightly declared, there is nothing that is intrinsically either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Therefore, it is important to never use the terms good or bad in regard to morality, since any and every act is both good and bad, depending on one's point of view, that is, one's personal, subjective opinion, whilst objectively speaking, any particular act is definitely either righteous, moral, unrighteous, immoral, or neutral, amoral. Is robbery good or bad? Obviously, for the victim, it is bad, but for the thief it is good, since he or she has satisfied his or her desire to steal another's belongings. However, theft is nearly always objectively immoral, evil, wicked, unrighteous, by definition. Personally, whenever I hear the words good or bad, my automatic response is as follows: good and bad are relative. Likewise, for the right-wrong dichotomy. To be quite frank, and absolutely truthful, anyone who uses the terms good, bad, or right, wrong, in relation to morality, when the far more accurate terms moral, amoral, and immoral are available, and have been used for millennia, ought to be dismissed as a misologist, at least in the case of academic philosophers. Amateur philosophers should be treated more charitably. Of course, one could counteract the above claims by stating that any particular action is either morally right, good, or morally wrong, bad. However, as previously mentioned, for thousands of years, at least in the English language, we have already acquired, from the ancient Greek and Latin tongues, the far more concise and apposite terms moral, amoral, and immoral, plus ethical, neutral, and unethical. See too the glossary entries bad, good, and especially the entry right-wrong, for further elucidation of this important theoretical model. In summary, when a human asserts it is wrong to take another's property without their permission, he or she obviously means that stealing is morally wrong. However, as repeatedly stated in this book, it is far more appropriate to use the term immoral in this instance. This lack of linguistic precision is entirely relevant to the subject of the next subsection. In fact, it totally obliterates the so-called is-ought problem. Even more summarily, the terms good, bad, right, and wrong require an axiomatic predicate in order to be sensical or intelligible. One who claims that spanking a child is bad must necessarily provide a metric by which the action is counted as bad, whereas one who claims that spanking children is immoral need do no such thing, because the metric of the term immoral is encapsulated within the very term itself, that is, the term immoral, referring to the execution of any intentional harm that cannot be justified, according to the principles of DHARMA. The is-ought problem. The previously specified definition of moral action, as opposed to the given definitions of amoral actions and immoral actions, includes the notion that one ought to execute a moral act in certain circumstances, and the notion that it is immoral for a human being to refrain from performing certain ethical actions in cases where another person, either a human person or a non-human person, is in dire need. As already mentioned in several places within this book, especially scattered throughout this very chapter, yet beginning with the footnote of the preface, but bears repeating here, the above imperative, that one ought to execute certain acts, is predicated on the axiom of DHARMA. Therefore, the moral teachings contained herein are completely and utterly superfluous to the is-ought problem. Beginning with the Scot, David Hume, many philosophers have claimed that one cannot derive an ought from an is, meaning to say, that one cannot assert that a certain action should be undertaken, due purely to a certain state of affairs. In order to put it another way, this so-called is-ought problem is a kind of fallacy that attempts to make conclusions about the way things should be, based on the evidence about the way things are. For example, such academic, so-called philosophers maintain that, simply because an old lady is experiencing difficulty crossing a road, it does not imply that an able-bodied youth who happens to be witnessing the event ought to help the woman. Obviously, this position is entirely sound, in and of itself. The fact remains that whenever a human makes a normative declaration, or judgment, concerning law, morality, ethics, he or she is tacitly implying an a priori conditional. In practically every instance, the person is invoking the unspoken metaethical axiom, do no unjustified harm. For example, when a woman pleads with an antagonist thus, "You should not spank my son for stealing your banana," it seems to be blatantly obvious that she is making the claim based on the principle, "It is unduly harmful to my child if you smack him, merely for taking a piece of inexpensive fruit." Therefore, as intimated in the previous paragraph, those philosophers who argue that the is-ought gap is an unbridgeable dilemma are ignorant of what ought to be glaringly obvious to any intellectual worth his salt, and that is, to put it as succinctly as possible, nobody has ever claimed that one should perform or avoid any particular action, simply due to any particular state of affairs. They always assert their claims predicated on an unstated maxim, due to a lack of training in ethics, something that academic philosophers too are guilty of, if truth be told. At the risk of overstating the point, the terms unstated and tacitly are of paramount importance in this regard. In summary, when Scottish philosopher and historian David Hume first articulated the so-called is-ought problem, it seems obvious that he was really just wondering what meta-ethical stance is being evoked whenever a human makes a moral declaration. So, for example, if one of Hume's friends or colleagues had said to him, "David, you ought not spank your nephew whenever he walks on your bed with his dirty feet," Hume would wonder to himself, what does my friend mean here by the imperative ought? What is the basis of him making such a claim? Like all of us, Mr. Hume most likely heard those around him making a multitude of imperious statements, such as, "Don't do that," and "You should do this," and deliberated upon the foundational axiom for all moral and ethical assertions. And because no Western philosopher, as far as this author knows, has ever properly understood the moral law, Dharma, in Sanskrit, Mr. Hume too was at a loss to discover the mysterious link between any particular state of affairs, such as his nephew walking on his clean blanket, with unwashed feet, and the explicit requirement for a particular action being undertaken, the punishment of the boy in question, even though he too undoubtedly proffered such moral assertions at many times in his life. I am sure that Hume, had he married and spawned offspring, would have made hundreds, if not thousands, of moral judgments in respect to his own children, whenever one of them had performed an action of which Hume disapproved. Not that all Eastern philosophers were enlightened in this regard, either, of course, since a genuine ethicist is even rarer than hen's teeth. Morality is independent of God. Having understood that the basis of law, morality, ethics, is the concept of avoiding harm, more specifically, unjustified harm, and enacting beneficial deeds, as defined previously, it is clear that there is no need to invoke any pseudo-religious or supernatural belief system, in order to establish a morally prudent society. There are several examples of fully secular societies that have survived relatively peacefully over many centuries, without the imposition of monotheistic divine commands. A good case in point is that of Japan, which is possibly the most law-abiding nation of all, and the fact that it is a nation, as opposed to merely a country, goes a long way to explaining this fact, since Japan has not been plagued with the miseries of multiculturalism and other harmful ideologies and practices, as has befallen every Western nation on earth. If any voluntary, intentional act is unduly harmful to any human being, non-human animal, plant, or fungus, or even to inorganic matter, in the case of environmental degradation, then it is definitely immoral, and it violates the one and only moral law of the universe, yet again, do no undue, unjustifiable harm. The fictitious character of God, Goddess, is wholly superfluous to this exceedingly consistent schematic. In a metaphysical sense, unjustifiably harmful acts are against your own law, surprising to say, since you are, fundamentally, all there is, Brahman, in Sanskrit. Kindly refer to earlier chapters of this holiest of all holy scriptures, a final instruction sheet for humanity, in order to learn the true nature of ultimate reality, and how you are, in essence, none other than that ultimate reality, Tat Tvam Asi, in Sanskrit. Even if there was a supreme creator God, who dispensed moral injunctions to humanity, it would make hardly any difference in practice, that is, in the realm of normativity. For example, if the Godhead decreed that it is immoral for a human to forge a document, such as a passport, a birth certificate, or a driving permit, it would still be necessary for some kind of referee to judge whether the forgery was truly immoral in any particular instance. As a matter of fact, there may be a number of scenarios where forging governmental documentation can be a highly moral, holy, and righteous act. The fact that non-monarchical governments are violent, criminal organizations, should suffice to give credence to this assertion, see Chapter 22, which proves beyond any doubt whatsoever, that non-monarchical governments are unlawful institutions. See also the glossary entry, Euthyphro Dilemma, which demonstrates that even if there was a God, his commands would be inconsequential in the normative realm, since a perfectly moral deity would obviously adhere to the most accurate understanding of morality, i.e. non-harm. In order to proffer an example of divine command theory, that will be more familiar to the typical monotheist. All ancient theistic religious sects assert that God has commanded humans to refrain from sexual activity without marriage, for to do so would constitute a grave sin, deserving the death penalty. And in this holy book, this penalty for fornication is affirmed, since fornication and adultery are particularly harmful to individuals, and to society as a whole. However, there are at least one or two instances in which extramarital sexual intercourse may be either condoned or excused. In the former case, i.e. being condoned, in the scenario of a global apocalypse, leaving only one man and one premenopausal woman alive, what would be any possible harm for the couple to procreate? Obviously, in such a case, it is assumed that the couple were not married to each other before the worldwide catastrophe, and that at least one of them was a divorcee, since it is unlawful for a person to engage in sex acts with a divorced man or woman. In the latter case, i.e. being excused, what if a couple, who were engaged to be married, were both afflicted with a mental hindrance that hampered their ability to make wise decisions regarding their reproductive health, succumb to temptation? Would any decent person judge such an act worthy of being put to death? So, again, even if God existed, what practical difference would it make, since each suspected moral violation would require human judgment. Of course, the typical theist would contend that even if a criminal, sinner may escape punishment in this life, he or she will receive her just deserts in the afterlife, so God's divine commands remain the basis of morality. If they could possibly prove such a stance, it would be nice. Despite, in the preceding 4 paragraphs, amply proving that the existence of a supreme God is superfluous to the notion of morality, many theists simply refuse to accept the facts of the matter. Of course, this is beside the point that the existence of a personal creator God has been logically proven to be both an ontological and a metaphysical impossibility in chapter 07 of this holiest of all holy scriptures, FISH. This refusal of theists to accept the truth is to be expected, because very few human beings are sufficiently intelligent, discerning, and wise, so as to forego years or decades of pseudo-religious indoctrination. In my own case, as a theist for over a quarter of a century, I unsurprisingly failed to understand how there could exist any semblance of an objective moral code, without an ultimate moral arbiter bestowing an authoritative system of laws or ethics upon humankind. Of course, the fact that we humans were unable to verbally communicate in any approximation of a modern language for the vast portion of our history, does not seem to register in the psyche of such theists. If their fictitious deity spoke, the law, to humans, 2,000 to 5,000 years ago, what of the previous 200,000 years of human existence? It wasn't very nice of Mr. God to allow prehistoric humans to wallow in sin. That hardly comports with the concept of a perfect divine being, would you not agree? Putative commands, dictated by God, may be included in the category of the is-ought problem, discussed in the previous subsection. In fact, the is-ought problem is actually just a linguistic misunderstanding, because, when a person asserts, for instance, that one ought not embezzle funds from one's employer, one is using naive language in order to express a moral truth, due to inadequate training in ethics, philosophy, and grammar. The most accurate terminology to use would be, it is objectively immoral to misappropriate money or goods from one's boss, and therefore, according to the law, one should not commit such a crime, knowing that the word, immoral, refers to an act of undue harm, and pilfery is destructive to all concerned. On the other hand, a proper is-ought fallacy would be something akin to, God exists, therefore we should obey his commands, or, we have always eaten animals, so we should continue slaughtering them and consuming the decomposed flesh, because such assertions do not provide any reason or evidence for why things should be a certain way, just because they are that way. The origins of law, morality, ethics. Unless one believes that a deity bestowed a universal meta-ethical principle upon humanity, with a law book replete with definitive examples of moral norms, which would be practically impossible, since there are an almost infinite number of possible variables and nuances of each and every suspected moral infraction, it seems perfectly reasonable to assume that an intuitive sense of morality developed within the human psyche, over the history of our species. So, as Homo sapiens evolved, especially after language had sufficiently developed, we would have used the concept of morality, law, ethics to describe situations and circumstances in which we noticed that harm was being enacted upon either individuals, or to groups of individuals. As time progressed, we would refine our understanding of this concept of harm, himsa, in Sanskrit, and ascribe immorality to a greater range of deeds, such as including verbal acts of harm, like insults, swearing, blasphemy, slander, and libel. One does not need to have a degree in ethology, in order to appreciate that many species of non-human animals display moral, amoral, and immoral behavior. For example, when one observes a troop of monkeys or a community of apes, there is an abundance of evidence that there is moral agency being enacted. For example, if a beta male chimpanzee tries to interfere with a baby chimp in its clan, the mother of that infant will naturally attack the aggressing male. That is due to the fact that the mother ape has noticed that the beta male chimpanzee is attempting to harm her child. The fear experienced by the mother ape arises from maternal instinct, which in turn is a consequence of the evolutionary process of her species. So, according to the definition of morality given above, the science of which actions are unduly harmful to oneself, to human society, to other living beings, or to the environment, many species of higher animals exhibit rudimentary moral behavior. Primatologists have observed simple moral behavior in great apes, so it is reasonable to assume that all our hominid ancestors did likewise. Even species lower than apes have displayed behavior that can be explained only from a purely moral perspective, such as in the great many incidences captured by film and videography, in which one genus of animal, even carnivorous species, rescue animals of another genus. After all, if a cat, for example, is seen to be playing with a mouse, the cat has no need of eating the rodent, unless it was compelled by hunger. Quite coincidentally, not long after composing the previous sentence, I happened across videographic footage of a domestic cat that not only was playing with a large rat, but the cat was affectionately licking the rat in the same way that it would naturally lick the fur of a fellow feline. Subsequently, as humans began domesticating animals, we would ascribe possible violations of our moral code to those acts that harmed our domesticated pets and our herds of livestock. Of course, due mainly to the popularity of the vegan movement in recent times, we now know that keeping flocks or herds of animals, for the purpose of consuming their bloody carcasses, and or exploiting them for their byproducts, such as milk, eggs, ivory, and pelts, to be objectively immoral, unless, of course, one is quite literally dying of starvation, which is a relatively rare occurrence. It is truly shocking that the typical human person is grossly offended by any perceived harm that may be caused to a family pet, yet when confronted with the untold suffering, or to be more accurate, the immense pain, see chapter 15, in order to distinguish pain from suffering, perpetrated upon animals for food, they see nothing immoral being enacted, and turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, to make it exceedingly clear, the concept of morality, ethics, law, dharma, in Sanskrit, has always referred to this notion of non-violence towards humans, to a community of humans, and in recent times, to animal life, as well as towards the plant kingdom, since the unjustified destruction of vegetation is similarly immoral. Only in the over-intellectualized domain of modern Western academia has morality been viewed otherwise. Thus, it could be asserted that morality is more a description of a certain state of affairs, rather than a prescription for normative behaviors. So, essentially, the concepts of morality and immorality developed via the evolutionary process in birds and mammals, using the faculty of intuition, and only in the past few thousand years, became intellectualized in the pseudo-philosophical institutions of modern Homo sapiens. Indeed, in the past 200 or 300 years, morality has become over-intellectualized in academia. If this chapter of FISH was, by some miracle, transported to the typical human being living, let us say, 15,000 years ago, he or she would not be able to make sense of its wisdom, even if that person was made familiar with all of the concepts mentioned herein, such as law, rule, metaethics, normative ethics, subjective, objective, relative, absolute, the is-ought problem, the Euthyphro dilemma, etc. However, the typical human residing on Earth 15 millennia ago would undoubtedly be capable of understanding the most fundamental basis of morality, dharma, and that is, to avoid unjustifiable harm, otherwise the human species, in all probability, would have long ago become extinct due to lawlessness. The only relevant difference between non-human and human ethics is that human moral instincts are often, but not always, augmented by a layer of rationality. Dharma is propagated via the family. If, after reading the entirety of this chapter of A Final Instruction Sheet for Humanity, one wonders how on earth humanity survived for untold millennia without this teaching being promulgated throughout Homo sapiens societies, it is due to the fact that the sense of morality, that is, a subjective understanding of applied ethics, has always been cultured within the nuclear and extended family units, which, somewhat tangentially, explains one reason why that devilish parasite, Herr Karl Marx, and his army of communist criminals, advocated for the abolition of the family unit, so that children may be indoctrinated by the socialist state. It also explains the reason why children who are raised bereft of siblings, or without close contact with cousins in the house, tend to be more prone to sociopathic and/or narcissistic behavior. When a child is born into the world, he or she needs to conform to whatever ethical mores have been established within his or her family, and of course, to some degree, the social milieu in which he or she is raised. Over the course of a couple of decades or so, the child learns to make compromises with his or her siblings, cousins, and peers, and is admonished or affirmed by his or her parents, grandparents, uncles, aunties, teachers, religious authorities, all three. Whilst playing and socializing with other children, the child comes to know what actions and behaviors are acceptable within his or her peer group, and assuming that his or her social circle adheres to the most exigent understanding of Dharma, the child will usually enter adulthood as a well-adjusted citizen, notwithstanding psychological disorders such as sociopathy and psychopathy. This account of moral education within the family and the peer group should not overshadow one's genetic tendencies, for a human being's genetic sequence is absolutely integral to his or her ethical principles and practices. This author is a perfect case in point, because despite the fact that I was raised by a very Adamic, irreligious couple, in a very evil culture, I was usually predisposed to doing the right thing, in many circumstances, such as detesting meat eating, tobacco smoking, and extramarital affairs. Of course, one should be very careful when asserting such truisms in the presence of leftist folk, Adamavadan, in Sanskrit, as they invariably become angered by this palpably observable fact, that is, the scientifically demonstrable fact that genetics plays a major role in one's behavior, or in one's misbehavior, as the case may be. So, just as no human who ever lived initially learned the definition of words from a dictionary, but from the context in which the words were used within the family, or in orphanages, for those children who had the misfortune of being raised without the biological families, morality must necessarily be learnt within the family. I can personally attest to this phenomenon, because I was raised by a Farsi-speaking couple, in an English-speaking country. Even though I never learned to speak the Persian language myself, I could easily understand practically the entire conversational output of my parents, simply due to me construing the context of each Iranian word, over the course of my childhood. In the case of morality, only those rare men who are inclined to rule nations, in other words, monarchs, kings, and those even rarer gentlemen who have the prerequisites to join the holy priesthood, Brahmana, in Sanskrit, need bother studying Dharma from this scripture of all scriptures. All other groups, that is, landlords, businessmen, workers, women, and children, are expected to learn Dharma from within the family milieu. Hopefully, now that this holiest of all holy books has been published, those extremely scarce sages who belong to the priestly class of human society, see chapter 20, regarding Brahmana, will recognize the supreme wisdom contained herein, and will endeavor to spread this most accurate conception of law, morality, ethics, Dharma, to one and all. If not, the utter annihilation of our species seems assured. Very sad to say. The perils of lax discipline. Any parent or guardian who has raised children will acknowledge that they require strict control, discipline, and if a parent fails to administer appropriate punishment to his or her children, those kids will invariably grow up to become poorly socialized individuals at best, and at worst, may turn out to be fully sociopathic, or even downright psychopathic. Likewise, any adult who is regularly exempted from due punishment, unless he or she is one of the extremely rare men and women who is capable of self-discipline, notably, a great monarch or a priest, but also others, will be prone to habitually reoffending. This is the natural tendency of not only human beings, but also non-human species of animals. At the risk of offending some, the raising of children, as well as the disciplining of one's wife and other subordinates, such as nephews, nieces, and employees, is not dissimilar to the training of a pet dog. After all, infants are born into this world with a low level of intelligence, and with no grasp of any spoken language, just like domestic pets, and many times, need to be chastised and admonished in precisely the same manner as a pet cat or dog, particularly before speech has developed. Those who treat their subordinates in an especially negligent fashion, risk their charges emerging with rabid personality traits, whilst those who are excessively harsh, risk their vassals developing a bitterness towards them. So, as a continuation of one of the ideas found in a previous subsection, that we are, In essence, the absolute, it could be rightly stated that we do not want to transgress our own principles, knowing that if we do so, we may become afflicted with guilt, and certain individuals will be harmed. Unfortunately, sociopaths, psychopaths are unconcerned with how their actions affect others, or even themselves, in some cases. Therefore, unless one has been medically diagnosed with psychopathy, one cannot, in all honesty, claim to aspire to live in a truly peaceful society, yet condone deviant sexual practices, such as homosexuality and transvestism, not to mention any other objectively evil practice. It is not unheard of for a murderer, for instance, to recognize his deed to be unjust, and to concede that he ought to be hanged to death for his crime, or even commit suicide, in order to avoid the need of a hangman. Obviously, in such a case, suicide would count as an honorable deed. Normative ethics, applied ethics. Also called applied ethics, normative ethics refers to how a meta-ethical paradigm is applied to any given action performed by a human, and sometimes, even a non-human animal, at least where a possible moral infraction is suspected to have taken place. In other words, when one judges an action to be immoral, one is making a normative claim. E.g., I believe it is wrong, i.e. immoral, for a man to wear female clothing. As repeatedly stated within this chapter, there is but a singular genuine meta-ethical position, which this author terms DHARMA, and which is predicated on the axiom, do no unjustified harm. It is imperative read the glossary entry, DHARMA, for a complete definition of the word. There is but one problem regarding normative ethics, and that is, discerning which person or persons are competent to judge whether any particular act is beneficial, neutral, or harmful, and if it is deemed to be harmful, what should be the penalty for the unethical, immoral act, if any. Objectively speaking, every human deed, without exception, belongs to one of the above three categories, yet who is to judge it so? Judging the actions of others is a normal, natural, and necessary function of every thinking person. However, one may pass judgment solely on those over whom one has direct or indirect authority. One should avoid passing judgment on those over whom one has no authority, but remain silent, even if that judgment is objectively true, because it is not the place of a subordinate to judge the actions of his or her superiors. The above three sentences could easily be an accompaniment to the two red letter paragraphs in the meta-ethics section above, since it is an extremely vital lesson in the field of ethics and morality. For the benefit of those who are not reading the printed or electronic text, two paragraphs in the meta-ethics section have been typed in a burgundy red color, due to their superlative importance in this Dharma Sastra. So, for example, a businessman should judge the actions of his subordinates, whether they be his wife, wives, his children, employees, and any younger kin, such as nieces, nephews, brothers, sisters, etc. None of that businessman's subordinates has the right to adjudicate his actions. That is the role of his own masters, that is, his father, grandfather, elder brothers, uncles, priest, guru, imam, rabbi, etc. Judging, misjudging one's superiors, is one of the most common sins in this wicked world. Just think of the time when you last misjudged one of your superiors. By reading latter chapters of FISH, especially ch. 19, one will gain a greater understanding of this hierarchical structure of human society. The ultimate arbiter of any action is the current world teacher, as defined in the glossary of this holy book. At any given time, there is one particular man, belonging to the most holy priesthood, who has attained the highest possible level of wisdom and understanding of life, and therefore, has the greatest moral authority on earth. The current world teacher is the author of this holy scripture, a final instruction sheet for humanity. Obviously, it is not practical for the world teacher, Avatar, to adjudicate each and every criminal case in the world. Fortunately, there is established a natural, albeit necessarily imperfect, system of justice to perform this function, as explained elsewhere in this chapter. See 2, further below, the subsection entitled, Moral Culpability, for the 5 steps necessary for judging any suspected moral infraction. Those excruciatingly scarce souls who are both sufficiently amenable to read this holy text, which in itself, is quite rare, and furthermore, sufficiently critical in their thinking, will undoubtedly question the assertion made above, and that is, the claim that no person alive has the authority to judge the current world teacher or a so-called avatara. Their argument is usually formulated along the following lines. That is ridiculous. Of course society has the right to judge and sentence the world teacher, or any priest for that matter. What if he commits an egregious crime such as rape or murder? Do we not have a duty to convict him of his sin? My response is as follows. First of all, an attested world teacher would never commit even a moderately serious crime, and even if he did so, he would repent of his immoral deed, without the requirement of any external imposition. One who insists that any individual has the right to judge the Lord and Master of this planet, must necessarily be willing to subject himself or herself to the judgment of his or her own subordinates, or else be accounted an utter hypocrite. It is certainly conceivable that in the not too distant future, humanity will become so depraved, that the noblest member of the priesthood in existence will be a full-time criminal, yet, in comparison to any other person extant at the time, be a relatively holy and righteous soul. In that case, it would still be illegal, by the definition provided in this chapter and in the glossary, for any of his subordinates to presume to judge him. I would extend this rule to any member of the holy priesthood, on the strict proviso that the priest is an actual brahmana, which excludes at least 99% of so-called priests, rabbis, mullahs, gurus, monks, preachers, pastors. Chapter 20 defines what is an actual priest. As mentioned in the two so-called red letter paragraphs above, in the subsection concerning metaethics, that is, the term laws is nonsensical, or at the very least, superfluous, because there is but one moral law, the prohibition of undue harm, and conversely, the preferment of acts of benevolence. There are two main reasons why no society or community ought to codify normative laws, such as is the case with practically every nation, country in the past millennia or two. The main reason why is because each and every suspected moral infraction is accompanied by a whole range of unique circumstances that can never be foreseen and compiled in a law book. The secondary reason is because the lexicon with which the laws are written could be easily challenged by a so-called lawyer. In other words, if murder is defined as unjustified, premeditated slaughter of a fellow human being, one would need to define each term used within that definition, and likewise, each term encapsulated in those definitions would need to be properly delineated, ad infinitum. The administration of nationwide justice should be modeled on the way in which justice is administered within a dharmic family. The head of a household does not refer to a law book when his children commit a blatantly immoral act, but he uses his instinctive prudence to discern the most appropriate punishment, and ideally, in more nuanced cases, seeks counsel from the repository of wisdom held by his seniors. This is how justice was administered for almost the entirety of human history, and indeed, has always been the case in the domain of non-human mammals. The days of yore, when a king, that is, a genuine monarch, as defined in chapter 21, would spontaneously run the blade of his sword into the heart of a human who dared to deeply insult him or his master, that is, his spiritual advisor, as defined in chapter 20, are sorely missed in this postmodern era. Of course, it is possible for one to misjudge the moral culpability of one's subordinates, and to apply punishment that is itself immoral, so the necessity of human society adhering to Dharma is paramount, which is the prime purpose for the composition of this holy scripture, FISH. So, essentially, no two crimes, see the glossary entry, crime, are exactly equal, ontologically. Even if a man murders another human being, and 2 seconds later, murders a second person, those two acts cannot be perfectly equal in seriousness, for equality is non-existent in the phenomenal sphere. In this example, the murdered person who is superior in the hierarchy of society, is said to be the victim of the more abhorrent crime. No sane person would consider the murder of a gentle, humble monk to be equally as grievous as the murder of a prisoner. The predicament of free will. As concisely explained in the previous chapter, humans do not possess individual free will. In fact, it could be asserted that, even on the level of the absolute, There is no such thing as freedom of volition, or even no such thing as will, whatever, for that would imply the existence of a separate, discrete, conscious, God-like entity, who makes free will choices from moment to moment, which seems patently absurd to one who has fully realized the true nature of the all, Brahman, in Sanskrit. For a start, choices and decisions can be made solely within time, which is a feature of this relative, transactional sphere. However, this does not necessarily imply that there is no optimal way of living. There is, in fact, an ideal way for humans to behave in every situation, even if it was ordained that we each behave according to destiny, known as fatalism, or determinism, and therefore, imperfectly. Morality is indeed objective, that is to say, independent of the subjective opinions or whims of any particular person. The main reason why many claim morality to be subjective is because they have noticed that there is a component of discernment required upon the moral status of any particular human action, and that various persons may judge actions somewhat differently. Therefore, even though freedom of volition for any living creature, whether that be a microbe, a plant, a fungus, an animal, a human, or even an extraterrestrial alien, is utterly non-existent, from a purely pragmatic viewpoint, criminal behavior should be punished, in order to prevent civilization from degeneration and destruction. Even though no living creature has true freedom of volition, we humans do have volition. This is the reason why the term, volitional, was cited in the definition of morality, in both of the so-called red letter paragraphs near the beginning of this chapter, in order to distinguish volitional acts from those that are purely accidental. Accidental acts are classified as amoral. So, the purpose of this chapter, and the entire book, is not so much to convince miscreants to repent of their evil ways, but to provide an objective synopsis of what is Dharma. Regrettably, those who are destined to live wicked lives will do so, but for those who are destined to seek happiness via righteous living, this treatise will provide the definitive underpinning for their moral ideology. In other words, this book, too, was destined to have been written, and it has the potential to change one's conditioning, which of course, was also destined to transpire. From the very beginning of our universe, this book was destined to have been composed, in precisely the manner in which it was composed, and the fact that you are now reading these words, was also predetermined from all eternity. How you respond to the wisdom contained herein, depends entirely on your discrete genetic sequence and your unique lifelong conditioning. Unfortunately, only an extremely minute percentage of humanity will come to read the entire treatise, and an even smaller proportion will take heed of its wisdom and practice it. Of course, that too, was predetermined, so this subsection ought not be seen as some kind of attempt to thwart what is destined to transpire. Criminals detest criminality. It can be argued that even miscreants want to live a perfectly blameless life. No man chooses evil because it is evil. He only mistakes it for happiness. Immoral, i.e. criminal, acts are entirely due to a false understanding of oneself, and a misunderstanding of what constitutes true peace, happiness. A fully enlightened saint will never deliberately cause harm to himself or to others, because he knows that his continuing peace of mind depends on him choosing the most beneficial course of action. He will not commit such a detestable felony as rape, because he understands that it will disturb his blissful state of existence, and hurt a fellow human being, as well as the victim's loved ones. It will also harm society, because if he commits sexual assault, every woman and girl in his community will need to take precautions against any possible attack. So, theoretically, homosexuals themselves fully agree that homosexual offenders ought to be put to death for their crime, because, if not, their perverse behavior will contribute to the destruction of society, which is built upon the family unit, which in turn is founded upon sexual complementarity, that is, heterosexuality. Like every person who has ever lived, homosexuals desire, more than anything, genuine peace and happiness, which can never be achieved by unnatural sexual acts and attachments. Some, if not most, persons would counter thus, but there will always be heterosexual couples who will reproduce, so why not leave homosexuals be? That is analogous to stating, but if only 20% of the population is murdered, there will still be 80% of society remaining. crime left unpunished is the beginning of the end of civilization, as can be very clearly seen in the present age, particularly in those nations governed by non-monarchical, so-called, leaders. See too the glossary entry, syllogism, for a complex syllogism that demonstrates that even homosexual offenders themselves can recognize the guilt, just as one who commits any other criminal act can understand that their evil actions are unbeneficial to one and all. Of course, only the most holy of those amongst the homosexual community would concede that homosexual offenders deserve the death penalty for engaging in homosexual acts, just as only the most holy amongst the heterosexual community would agree that heterosexuals should be put to death for engaging in extramarital sexual intercourse. Sexual acts, short of sexual, anal intercourse, in other words, foreplay, must also be punished, if warranted. As mentioned elsewhere, there are cases in which a couple, whether homosexual or heterosexual, do not deserve any form of punishment, or even any form of admonishment, due to psychological impairment, or due to abject immaturity, etc. At the risk of sounding repetitive, it is essential to stress that moral culpability is always to be assessed according to the unique circumstances. In order to clarify one point, by a holy homosexual, it is meant one who is sexually chaste, just as a holy heterosexual is one who desists from any extramarital sexual gratification. Furthermore, if they properly understand meta-ethics and agree with the normative claims made in this chapter of Final Instruction Sheet for Humanity, such as the ethics of abortion and animal rights, it could easily be asserted that they are holy, just as holy as a holy heterosexual. Thus, any accusations that this author hold an instinctive hatred for homosexuals is totally groundless. The morality of homosexuality. In the previous subsections, it may be misconstrued that a slippery slope argument is being made in regard to homosexual acts, but if one critically scrutinizes the relevant passage, that is not at all what is being posited. Even a single act of homosexual behavior is necessarily evil. The only possible exception to this rule is in the case of same-sex acts within a polygamous marriage, as defined in Chapter 27 of this solitary holy book, and in such a marriage, morally permissible only whilst the husband is collectively engaged in sex acts with his wives. What is not fallacious is to compare the state of affairs at either extreme of the homosexual-heterosexual dichotomy, in order to discern the outcomes, if either practice was to be taken to their ultimate conclusions. Thus, if every competent, heterosexual adult was to marry, and obviously, by the term, marry, I am here referring to actual marriage, as defined in Chapter 27, and not to any other notion of marriage as conceived by a large proportion of the populace, particularly the leftists who seem to dominate public life in most, all Western and Westernized countries, it would be objectively moral, since every heterosexual man would be able to gratify his inordinately voracious libido in a legitimate and non-harmful fashion, every heterosexual woman would be able to satisfy her romantic and sexual needs, and the union would usually result in progeny, which would not only benefit the parents, but also assure the continuation of the species. On the other hand, if every adult was to engage in a homosexual relationship, it would be objectively immoral, because, apart from the psychological harm and physiological injury, in the case of male homosexuals, it would cause each and every individual, it would obviously lead to the consummate destruction of human society and to the extinction of humanity. Here, psychological harm refers to feelings of guilt, subsequent to the acknowledgement of one being a pervert. So, just as a single cancerous cell degrades a person's body, even if it is to a minuscule degree, a single, illegitimate, homosexual act contributes to the debasement of human society, even if it is to a very small extent. Therefore, the so-called slippery slope argument is superfluous to any of the moral proclamations in this holiest of holy scriptures. See also ch. 28, regarding the perversity of extramarital homosexual activity. Apart from the claim that homosexuality causes no manifestation of harm whatever, and is therefore an ethical and legitimate expression of human sexuality, possibly the main argument in favor of homosexual acts proffered by individuals, is that homosexuality is found in nature. Hence, because some species of non-human animals engage in homosexual acts, It is therefore normal and natural for certain humans to also engage in such acts. Firstly, this is an excellent example of the appeal to nature, informal logical fallacy, for some species of animals consume their mate after copulation, so I'm not sure if anyone ought to use this argument in relation to Homo sapiens. Secondly, as demonstrated in this very chapter, non-human animals can and do exhibit moral behavior, so it could be asserted that homosexuality in other species is just as immoral as it is within our own species. So, just as men are more likely to engage in homosexual acts when confined to spaces where female human beings are excluded, such as prisons and army barracks, male apes engage in homosexual acts when they lack access to females, since the male sex drive is a very voracious instinct, and only the most self-controlled individuals are able to conquer this powerful libidinous desire. N.B. In case one may believe that the reason for this author being opposed to homosexuality, more specifically, homosexual acts, is due to the fact that I, the author, am wholly heterosexual and simply hold an instinctive hatred for homosexuals, the following should be noted. Firstly, as already explained in more than a couple of passages of Fish, there is a highly rational basis for denouncing homosexual acts. Secondly, I fully understand that I could easily have been born with the genes that govern same-sex attraction, or could have been conditioned by my parents, friends, teachers, and society, to have homosexual inclinations. If that were the case, I would simply do what I am now doing, living a chaste life, since both homosexual acts and heterosexual acts without marriage are, by definition, immoral, and in the case of penetrative acts, worthy of the death penalty. So, the reader is assured that I have absolutely no animosity whatsoever towards anybody born with homosexual tendencies. After all, an enormous percentage, I would say most, of the population is bisexual to a certain degree. Yet, to act on same-sex desires is very detrimental to individuals and to society as a whole, and homosexual offenders must be appropriately punished by an authority. Purely in order to add credence to my impartiality in regard to the criminality of homosexual acts, I am loath to admit that, in the past, I sometimes wished that I was born with the brain structure and the genes that express homosexual attraction, because, having a very high level of testosterone has impelled me to seek not just one spouse, but 2 wives, both of whom did nothing but persecute me. Of course, this does not imply that, if I had, in fact, been born with an unnatural sexual proclivity, that I would necessarily engage in homosexual relationships, at least not upon my discovery of authentic Dharma in my mid-20s. I certainly would not. That would constitute a non sequitur fallacy. The ethics of abortion. Even though illegitimate abortion, that is to say, the deliberate destruction of a prenatal human being, contrary to the law, meaning, of course, the actual law, Dharma, is merely one of a long list of crimes, it is such an important, controversial, and nuanced issue, that it has been given its own subsection. Likewise, with other moral disputes, such as homosexuality, order following, theft, and the burning building dilemma. Although some pro-life advocates use the term abortion solely in those cases where the aim and purpose of the procedure is to terminate the life of the unborn child, as opposed to those cases in which the aim is to save the life of the mother, and the death of the embryo is an undesired consequence of the procedure, this author sees no semantic advantage to making such a distinction, and in this document, the term abortion is applied to any medical procedure in which the life of an embryo or a fetus is deliberately terminated, for any reason. This is the customary nomenclature used within the pro-anti-abortion debate. Anyway, for example, I condone abortion in those instances in which the life of the mother is at risk of ending, if the pregnancy continues. On the other hand, it is understandable if the term abortion is disfavored by pro-life advocates, because it fails to distinguish between justified and unjustified destruction of the preborn human, since, just as there is a definite distinction between justified, that is to say, legitimate, animal consumption and unjustified, that is, illegitimate, animal consumption, so too is there a distinction between legitimate abortion and illegitimate abortion. Thus, the terminology has been established. Regarding abortion, it is pertinent to make mention of a particularly controversial issue, and that is, whether or not an unborn human being, whether zygote, embryo, or fetus, is fully human. The undeniable and blatantly obvious fact is that a child conceived by two parents of the Homo sapiens species, or even cloned from a single parent, is, without a doubt, a unique, individual human entity, from the very moment of conception. Those in favor of illegal abortion, i.e., killing of an unborn child for unlawful, illicit reasons, are quite adamant that it is perfectly fine to end the life of an unborn child, sometimes even a birth child, believe it or not. Due to it being underdeveloped, insentient, and/or unconscious, or unbelievable to anyone with more than a dozen brain cells, claiming that an embryo or fetus is not factually a human being. Because there are some pro-abortion, that is, pro-unjustifiable abortion, advocates who make desperate attempts to find flaws in the pro-life position, here, conception refers to the very moment that a spermatozoon nucleus fuses with an ovum nucleus, and syngamy takes place. However, it is important to understand that the question of the precise millisecond when a unique human life begins is completely redundant, because nobody is likely to surgically operate on a woman shortly after sexual intercourse has taken place, in order to prevent a fertilized egg from achieving syngamy. As mentioned in Chapter 28, whenever any one of the procreative, recreative, or unitive aspects of sex is omitted, sex becomes a selfish, sinful act, and to prevent a newly fertilized ovum from its natural course of events, would count as a criminal act. Any human with adequate intelligence knows that, even after an infant child has been birthed, it is still not fully developed, since it has yet to pass through the preliminary phases of life, such as childhood and adolescence. So then, why ought anyone desist from killing a human at the fetal stage? Why not destroy the life of a 12-year-old boy, since he has not yet fully developed unto adulthood? The fact remains that a human is fully human, regardless of the phase of life in which it is situated. It is not partially human and partially giraffe. It is fully human. The aforementioned prenatal stages, zygote, embryo, and fetus, are just that, merely stages of the human life cycle, and although, according to normative mores, the life of an embryo may not be quite as morally valuable as that of a 5-year-old child, that is insufficient justification in itself, for extinguishing its very life. Therefore, it is debatable whether or not a human zygote or an embryo is, by the strictest definitions of the terms, a conscious person, but it is indisputable that it is a human being, worthy of protection, and must not be unlawfully terminated in a just society. Before contemplating the brutal destruction of an innocent human being, one should have an exceedingly justifiable rationale. Wicked, demonic humans, see Chapter 14, are constantly inventing multifarious excuses for murdering poor, innocent, defenseless children, purely in order to rationalize their wicked agenda, but there are only two scenarios in which abortion may be lawful. It is indeed fortuitous that the mothers of outstanding historic personalities, such as Lords Krishna, Gautama, and Jesus, decided to not murder their precious offspring. For the benefit of those who are reading, or listening to, this subsection in isolation, the normative assertion at the beginning of the following paragraph is predicated on the most accurate metaethical position extant, nay, the perfect metaethical postulation, known as DHARMA. Therefore, it is imperative to read that entry in the glossary. In brief, however, the deliberate killing of a preborn human being can be justified, if the benefits of such a killing outweigh the resulting injuries, in accordance to the principles of Dharma, such as the fact of social hierarchy. Abortion may be justified only in the case of rape, or if the mother's health is threatened to a very serious degree, especially if her life is at risk of ending. Obviously, this does not imply that the life of the baby of a raped woman must be terminated. As mentioned in the next paragraph, in relation to my own course of action, in the hypothetical case of the rape of a female family member, I would do everything in my power to convince a raped female relative to lovingly nurture the child unto birth, and then relinquish the child to an adoptive family. Therefore, when all is said and done, the requirement for any kind of legitimate abortion would be such a tiny fraction of 1% of all pregnancies that it would be more simply expressed as a negative exponent. Only if the expectant mother is acutely distressed by carrying the child of her rapist, should abortion be considered, and it would be far preferable for the raped woman to do so as soon as practical. To slay the child within the first 2 trimesters is severe enough, but it would be a truly savage, barbaric act for her to kill her child in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy. Personally, I don't think that I could ever condone the abortion of a child by a woman in my family, even if she was the victim of rape, because I could never perform the act of inserting my arm into the uterus of my mother, one of my wives or daughters, and manually extracting the embryo or fetus. And if I could not bring myself to perform such a despicable deed myself, I ought not pay a so-called doctor to butcher the baby on my behalf. Sometimes, I feel faintly guilty destroying the life of an insect, such as a mosquito or an ant, even when it is attacking me or my food supply, what to speak of terminating the life of a fellow human being, the most highly evolved species of life in the known universe. As noted in the entry, Speciesism, in the glossary of this book, as well as in the subsection of the same name, in the final chapter, it could be seen as hypocritical, or at least somewhat disingenuous, for a person to kill a non-human animal, unless that person is willing to do so with his or her bare hands, instances of self-defense notwithstanding, of course. Unless I was being attacked by a particularly rabid rodent, I doubt that I could squeeze to death a rat, using just my bare hands, so understandably, I ought not mutilate a member of my own species, no matter how small it may be, without proper justification, according to moral norms, again, which includes rape, or the threat to the mother's health. Of course, there will arise a certain number of humans who will claim that they have no qualms about manually ripping out a precious child from the womb of a woman, and may even find boundless pleasure in such a barbaric act. Does this indicate that such a person is permitted to kill an unborn child? Not at all. It merely indicates the fact that a certain proportion of humans are afflicted with a particularly nasty degree of psychopathy. Unfortunately, the number of psychopaths is increasing exponentially, due to the population explosion and due to the fact that a multitude of serious crimes are left unpunished in most jurisdictions, which in turn is caused by illegitimate governments. Coincidentally, just a few moments before composing this paragraph, an interlocutor with whom I was conversing online made it known to me that he finds a great deal of psychological pleasure in causing harm to other living creatures, especially the poor, innocent animals that he enjoys consuming. The unborn child of a rape victim is completely guiltless of any moral misdeeds, and according to the principle of morality, DHARMA elucidated in this chapter, the baby must not be killed, unless the mother is experiencing an inordinate amount of genuine distress during the pregnancy, considering the fact that following the birth of such a child, a foster family, or at least a foster mother, especially one in the same clan, should be easily found, assuming that her community was not totally evil. Unfortunately, a society that adheres to this most ethical practice regarding impregnated rape victims is uncommon. The most ethical course of action would be for the mother to be provided with as much counseling as required, in order to appease her desire for the baby to be killed. The term murder would not be appropriate, as it could be justified for an abortion to be undertaken in the case of illegal impregnation. Every attempt should be made by her family and by her counselors, trained psychotherapists, religious leaders, all, to persuade her to carry the innocent child, until it can be adopted by a sympathetic family. In such a scenario, the sad option of abortion would necessarily be incredibly rare, as it should be, considering it amounts to the death of an innocent. Some leaders of the anti-abortion faction will propose that it is immoral, or, more probably, in their own words, that it is wrong, since such individuals are invariably unfamiliar with the sole metaphysical position, and with correct philosophical verbiage, to kill children conceived by means of rape, maintaining that the child is completely innocent of any wrongdoing, and therefore, has committed no action worthy of being slaughtered. Superficially, this position seems to be valid, but it ignores the interests of the raped woman. Consequently, there are at least 2 competing interests involved here, that of the innocent fetus, and oppositionally, that of the unwilling mother. According to the principles of DHARMA, predicated on the least amount of harm being enacted, with the view that human society is hierarchically structured, and that the legitimate needs, wants, and desires of those in superior positions ought to predominate, the interests of the superior party, in this case, the mother, should prevail. Therefore, after a great deal of counseling, if it is impossible to convince the pregnant woman to bring her bastard child to birth, and subsequently relinquish the baby to a foster family, the innocent human may be reluctantly aborted and offered a dignified burial or cremation, according to the prevailing religious customs. Ideally, the abortion should be performed by the mother herself, otherwise the woman could be accused of hypocrisy, wanting to kill her child, but lacking the basic courage to kill it herself. Or a fully compliant third party, such as her husband, parent, or sister, under qualified medical supervision, of course, but preferably, a sympathetic surgeon, physician. Perhaps the most common justification for illegitimate abortion, that is, the murder of innocent, defenseless, unborn human beings, is that a woman ought to have autonomy over her own body. Of course, those who raise such arguments conveniently overlook the fact that the pre-born human, by the same token, is entitled to the very same bodily autonomy as its mother. Those who are afflicted with a demonic mentality, which, after reading chapter 14, as well as many other chapters of this treatise, one should come to understand to be practically every person on the planet, especially those persons residing in nations, countries with a predominantly leftist, adharmavadan, in Sanskrit, populace, will never come to accept the fact that no human being who has ever lived, is his or her own master, mistress, and therefore, has no such right as autonomy over his or her own body. Does a newborn child have autonomy over him, herself? Obviously not. Otherwise no parent would dare to regulate the activities of their offspring. Does a mother have autonomy over herself? Definitely not, since, according to the principles of law, dharma, and ethics, inscribed within this chapter, her Lord, God, and Master has conditional authority to direct and control her movements and actions. Again, this bitter truth will never be accepted by the vast majority of the population, but the truth must be proclaimed, nevertheless. Incidentally, the very same paradigm outlined above applies also to societal organization, in which a father has full authority over his family, a grandfather has full authority over his extended family, a patriarch has full authority over his clan, a chief has full authority over his tribe, a genuine king has complete and utter authority over his subjects, and finally, a genuine priest has authority over his entire society. The only humans who can possibly claim to have complete autonomy over themselves are those excruciatingly rare men who have risen to the role of world teacher, avatara, in Sanskrit, and only then, solely upon their actual entry to the holy priesthood. As children, avatars are subject to the authority of their mothers, then, upon adulthood, to the authority of their fathers, and if they happen to perform some kind of work prior to entering the priesthood, as with Lord Jesus Christ, who worked as a carpenter before he began his priestly ministry, to their employers. Any human, apart from the current world teacher himself, who claims that he or she has full autonomy over his or her own body, is ignorant of the fact that most species of Animalia are inherently and necessarily hierarchical, and to disrupt this hierarchy of authority is disastrous. Following is a simple syllogism, attempting to summarily explicate the most dharmic view of the bodily autonomy of a pregnant woman. Premise 1. Human beings, like virtually all species of Animalia, is an inherently hierarchical species, and cannot be otherwise, given the facts. Premise 2. According to the principles of Dharma, as explicated both in this chapter and in the glossary, those who have legitimate hierarchical authority over their subordinates, can, and indeed, should, exercise that authority, by issuing commands and instructions to their underlings, on the obvious prerequisite that such commands, orders, and instructions conform with the ethical, moral axiom of, do no unjustified harm. Conclusion. Therefore, no human, including a pregnant woman, has ultimate or absolute authority, or autonomy, over his or her own body, and in the case of a pregnant woman contemplating the murder, that is, the illegitimate, illegal destruction, of her unborn child, the woman's superiors, such as her husband, father, grandfather, uncle, adult sons, etc., have the duty to prevent such a murder from eventuating. Clearly, Any woman, not to mention pathetic, leftist, men, who disagrees with the above conclusion, should be accused of utter hypocrisy, if she believes that her own subordinates, such as her children, have the authority or the autonomy to do as they see fit with their own bodies, because even such independently minded women invariably assert authority over their own charges, since this is the mark of a decent parent. Of course, such foolish leftists, adharmavadan, in Sanskrit, will invariably counter with the assertion that, because they are adults, they can do whatever they want with their own bodies, yet children do not have the same privilege. However, that argument contravenes the fact that adults, too, are subject to societal hierarchies, and becoming a sexually mature individual has absolutely no bearing on a person's ability or authority to dictate his or her own course in life. Anyone who believes that a 9-year-old girl, upon experiencing her first menstruation, has the power to prescribe her own path, is naught but an abject degenerate. The fact that most every government on earth considers adulthood to begin at some random, arbitrary age, such as 18, is further evidence that this viewpoint is fatally flawed. On this view, the very second a girl, actually, a woman, definitionally, turns 18, she is completely independent of the directives of any of her superiors, whereas a single second previously, she was fully under the auspices of her parents, which defies any semblance of logic. Even an adult gentleman is obliged to obey his geriatric father, according to the law, dharma, in Sanskrit. One's age is entirely inconsequential to bodily autonomy. Possibly the saddest aspect of the abortion debate is the fact that the sex that has evolved to most nourish and protect vulnerable human offspring is more in favor of illegitimate abortion. Personally, I am very thankful that my mother was not a miserable, rabid feminist who would have considered murdering the next world teacher for any trivial reason whatever. Apart from the legitimacy of abortion in the very rare instances of rape or danger to the life of the mother, not a single one of their frivolous reasons is reasonable to a person of civility and intelligence. Pray there will always be at least one decent family that will gladly take an unwanted newborn baby from a murderous parent. N.B. It is rather important to refer to the glossary definitions of some of the terms used in this subsection, particularly the words, morality, law, consciousness, sentience, and especially the term, person. Also, the fact that I, and others, use impersonal pronouns, that is, it, or, its, in reference to embryos, fetuses, and infants, in no way suggests that babies are not members of the Homo sapiens sapiens species. Following is an unsophisticated syllogism, attempting to summarily explicate the most dharmic view of abortion, for the benefit of the layman. Premise 1. According to our present understanding of the universe, organic life forms are rarely to be found, and because living beings exhibit conscious minds, an entirely distinct category from inorganic matter, or at least display base sentience, and oftentimes demonstrate the ability to experience their environments, and to feel pain, suffering, they are intrinsically of greater value than inert matter, such as sand. Premise 2. Human beings, that is, Homo sapiens sapiens, are currently the most highly evolved species of life form in the known universe. Premise 3. In order to justify the destruction of an innocent member of such an advanced species, one's rationale should be utterly robust. Here, the imperative rests upon the most authoritative understanding of metaethics, as expounded in the Holy Scripture, FISH. Premise 4. According to the principles of law, dharma, only the most extreme motives can be used to justify terminating the life of a preborn human being, and those extreme reasons comprise the endangerment to the health of the mother, and the unlawful impregnation of the mother, and in this latter scenario, only if the psychological distress experienced by the mother is so serious, that an abortion is preferable. Conclusion. The deliberate killing of unborn humans, except in these two justifiable circumstances, constitutes murder, and murderers deserve the death penalty. Here, murderers refers to those persons who order the killing, as well as those who engage in the act of killing. The glossary entry, murder, properly explicates the most dharmic understanding of what constitutes murder, as opposed to manslaughter. In conclusion, there is a fine line between infant murder, that is, the deliberate, unjustified abortion of a preborn human being, on the one hand, and justified abortion, on the other hand, and even though we humans, including even the most holy and wise gentleman who ever lived, will never make a perfect judgment in respect to borderline cases, this does not suggest that we ought not strive to refine such verdicts. Those fools who claim that, well, we can never make a perfectly accurate adjudication of which abortions are justified, and which abortions are unjustified, so we may as well just leave it up to individuals, are making a blatantly fallacious argument, and one that they would most definitely not make in similar scenarios, such as postnatal manslaughter versus murder, or in rape, theft, etc. Fortunately, the composition and publication of this sole holy scripture has skyrocketed our understanding of metaethics, and its connection to applied, normative ethics. Unfortunately, however, only an infinitesimally small minority of humans will ever come to learn of this matchless knowledge of law, Dharma. It seems the typical person, even those who purport to be members of the cognoscent, including supposedly religious, spiritual intellectuals, would rather read, or listen to, in the case of audiobooks, all kinds of trivial texts, that have no real bearing on the human aspiration for truth. The case of Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler was an Austro-German political leader of the mid-20th century, who was allegedly responsible for the destruction of large portions of the European continent, including the deaths of millions of human beings, and non-humans. The reason for the word, allegedly, being included in the previous sentence is simply because I, the author of this most important book of all, am supremely confident that I can easily prove that it was not Herr Hitler who was ultimately responsible for the Second World War, but the gullible masses who brought him to power, and those wicked minions who obeyed his illegal orders. So, although this subsection may seem wildly out of place, it will establish an important point in regard to morality. Even though other, so-called, leaders, were apparently responsible for more murders than Herr Hitler, over the past few decades, his name is almost always mentioned when two or more parties are discussing the most evil characters in history. However, as far as we know, Hitler did not kill a single person. In fact, some claim that he was a vegetarian, which, if correct, entails that not only was he, at least in some sense, blameless for murdering any human beings, he may well have been innocent of animal slaughter as well. The following hypothetical dialogue between me and an anti-Nazi, henceforth abbreviated as AN, is a typical form of dialectic I would use to prove, beyond any doubt, that Herr Hitler was relatively innocent of any immoral deeds, at least in his capacity as the Führer of the Third Reich. NB. Obviously, the fact that I have referred to my interlocutor as an anti-Nazi, in no way implies that I myself favor Nazi ideology. AN. Adolf Hitler killed millions of Jews, gypsies, homosexuals, mentally ill, and disabled persons, during the Second World War. Me. Yet, as far as we know, Hitler did not kill anybody, because there is not a single report of him directly shooting any person. AN. Yes, that may be so, but he is responsible for the death of millions of innocent civilians, since he ordered the deaths. Me. Well, just because Hitler ordered the deaths, that does not mean that anyone ought to have followed his orders. AN. But if they had disobeyed Hitler, they themselves would have been either killed, or court-martialed for their refusal to act. Me. Unfortunately, there comes a time in a person's life when they need to stand for what is holy and righteous, or yield to evil. AN. That is ridiculous. You cannot honestly expect anyone to give up their very own life, no matter how righteous the cause. Me. Purely hypothetically, of course, what if I ordered you to murder your own family? Would you follow my order? AN. Are you serious? Definitely not. Why would I obey you? You are not my boss or my master, nor are you the president. Me. In actual fact, the president or prime minister of your country, or any other extant nation, is not your legitimate master. AN. The leader of my country was voted in by a massive majority of the population. If he is not the rightful ruler, then who is? Me. Actually, I have demonstrated in chapters 21 and 22 of my book, that monarchy is the only legal form of governance. AN. Well, I am loath to obey either you or some unelected ruler. Nobody tells me what to do. Me. Actually, as the world teacher himself, I have absolute authority over not only you, but over each and every person on this planet. However, almost nobody on Earth would even dream of obeying me in such a case, or any other case, it would seem. So, if you would refuse to obey me, who has supreme authority in this world, why would you obey a devil such as Herr Hitler? I'm beginning to think you are delusional, if not crazy, if you believe that you are the greatest authority on this planet. Me. I knew that already, to be honest, because practically every human being on Earth refuses to accept legitimate authority. However, if you would take just a few hours to read my holy scripture, it should be glaringly obvious to any decent person that not only am I the most enlightened priest on Earth, and thereby the man with greatest authority in this world, but also that those political leaders whom you believe are legitimate, are very far from being so, and hence, the reason why we get Hitlers. Surely, you are not implying that Hitler was totally exculpable for what he did during the Second World War. Me. Obviously not. Herr Hitler was a demonic scumbag, who managed to wrestle power over the German people, but according to the law, that is, the actual law, more appositely termed DHARMA, his reign was totally and utterly illegitimate, and he had no real authority over any other person, apart from his own wife and younger kin, of course. Therefore, those fools who obeyed Hitler were either too evil, too ignorant, or too cowardly to have resisted the objectively evil dictates of their so-called Führer. Anybody who disagrees with the above superlatively cogent argumentation is so incredibly far removed from possessing any semblance of logic or morality, that he or she ought not waste any more of their precious time reading this, a final instruction sheet for humanity. So, now that it has been established that an illegitimate ruler has no actual authority over any other person, apart, of course, over his or her immediate subordinates, how morally liable are his or her minions for committing immoral acts? Unfortunately, due to the lack of authentic Dharma in human society, it cannot be expected of a simple soldier or a policeman to properly discern between moral and immoral deeds. Therefore, moral culpability is somewhat diminished for such ignorant, order followers. Depending on the circumstances, and the particular crime in question, the moral culpability of military and law enforcement personnel may be slightly diminished, or even completely mitigated. In conclusion, the ignorant masses who vote for criminal leaders, the corrupt leaders themselves, as well as the fools who obey the wicked orders of such evil, so-called, rulers, are all blameworthy of any consequential immorality. It is simply a question of the degree of guilt of each individual, and what ought to be the punishment, if any, for their complicit behavior. See the glossary entries, authority, and Dharma. Obedience to authority. During the early 1960s, psychologist and professor, Dr. Stanley Milgram, of Yale University, in the United States of America, conducted a study that explored the effects of authority on obedience. In the study, an authority figure ordered participants to deliver what they believed were dangerous electrical shocks to another person. These results suggested that humans are highly influenced by authority, and highly obedient. Milgram started his experiments shortly after the trial of the World War II criminal, Adolf Eichmann, had begun. Eichmann's defense, that he was merely following instructions when he ordered the deaths of millions of Jews, roused Milgram's interest. In his 1974 book, Obedience to Authority, Milgram posed the question, could it be that Eichmann and his million accomplices in the Holocaust were just following orders? Could we call them all accomplices? Milgram conducted an experiment focusing on the conflict between obedience to authority and personal conscience. Milgram examined justifications for acts of genocide offered by those accused at the World War II Nuremberg war criminal trials. Their defense often was based on obedience, that they were just following orders from their superiors. The experiments began in 1961, a few months after the trial of Herr Adolf Eichmann in Jerusalem. Without describing the particularities of the experiment, Milgram discovered that his student participants were not unwilling to administer, seemingly, severe electric shocks to volunteer subjects, due, it seems, to the fact that the person directing the experiment was dressed in a laboratory coat, and therefore, appeared to be a dependable authority figure. P.S. One may question thus, it is supremely understandable and wise, to assert that obeying an illegitimate, purported, authority, such as an evil tyrant, like Adolf Hitler or Joseph Stalin, is objectively immoral, but what of those legitimate superiors who give immoral imperatives to their subordinates? For example, what if a father asks his son to steal a computer from an electronics store? Should the boy comply with the unethical demand of his master? That is a very good question, but unfortunately, the answer is not easily gotten, because, like every other moral scenario, without exception, the most ethical course of action is dependent on the peculiar, unique circumstances surrounding the case. This is where applied ethics, otherwise known as normative ethics, comes into play. However, in order to provide a general rule, one should fully obey one's legitimate authorities, unless the act is so incredibly heinous in nature, that one's conscience prevents one from carrying out the deed. In the end, those who are responsible for their charges are liable for any wrongdoing that may be executed by a subordinate. This is how such cases were handled by many, if not most, societies in the past, such as the husband being responsible for any debt incurred by his wife, wives, and/or children. Personally, if one of my children steals the property of another, I would consider it a moral failing on my own part, and after compensating the victim of the crime, I would administer an appropriate punishment to my child, lest he or she continue his or her wicked ways. In recent years, even judges and juries in one of the most Adamic, liberal, countries on earth, the United States of America, have convicted and imprisoned the parents of certain adolescents who have committed gun-related violence, including multiple murders. Judging complex cases. Nobody would honestly believe that, if a young boy was to take an apple from the kitchen, without permission from his mother, that the police ought to be called, and that the child should be locked up in a holding cell, awaiting trial before a court of law, although, at the time of writing, this scenario does not seem to be so fantastical. Historically, only the most serious and complex cases were required to be dealt with by a judge, such as the high priest of the kingdom, the monarch himself, the village chief, a magistrate, or at least by a jury of some kind. And, as mentioned in another section, the requirement of a massive police force was unnecessary in former eras, as society was largely self-policing. Even though lawbreakers ought to be judged and punished by their respective superiors, there are instances where a court of law may be necessary to judge complex cases. For example, a wife may have murdered her master after several decades of regular marital abuse, so it requires an unusually wise man to judge her particular case. The most qualified person to be that judge is a member of the holy priesthood, see chapter 20, especially if the priest is a prophet or avatar, a world teacher. Obviously, a large proportion of society would oppose the idea of a holy man judging accused criminals, but as mentioned elsewhere in this sacred scripture, it is irrelevant what the ignorant masses desire. A holy and righteous ruler, in other words, a genuine king, will obey the principles of Dharma, not the subjective sentiments of his citizenry. Personally, if I was taken to court to be judged by a third party, I would hope that he was an unusually wise, holy and intelligent person, rather than a corrupt servant of the state. What say ye? Wouldn't you agree? Or would you prefer to be judged by a full-time sinner? Of course, one could accuse my last question of being presumptuous, since I seem to be presuming that those individuals who work as judges in the government's so-called justice department are all crooked sinners, that is, full-time criminals. However, those who are particularly perceptive souls would, after studying this chapter, as well as other chapters of this holy scripture, understand that one who intentionally causes unjustified harm to any living creature is, definitionally, a sinner, criminal, miscreant. Therefore, unless those judges are strict vegans, by the perfect definition of the term, provided in the final chapter of this treatise, rather than the vegan society's fundamentally flawed definition of veganism, they are, by definition, full-time criminals, because at least 2 or 3 times per day, they directly or indirectly engage in undue animal slaughter, not to mention the animal products they may use apart from in the diets, such as leather goods, fur, ivory, etc. And even during those times of the day that they are not consuming animal products, they are still sinning, again, meaning criminal activity, and not referring to the transgression of any pseudo-religious law, since the energy that they obtained from animals is being used to perform the daily deeds, most all of which can easily be demonstrated to be just as objectively evil, if not more evil, than their animal abuse. Moral dilemmas. Moral dilemmas are thought experiments in the realm of formal ethics and psychology, involving stylized moral dilemmas, such as whether to sacrifice one person in order to save a larger number of persons, as in the case of the various so-called trolley problems, or whether to save one particular human over another particular human, as in the case of a burning house, or a similar scenario. Therefore, all moral dilemmas pertain exclusively to the field of normative ethics, and as established already in this chapter, are without exception, fully dependent on the unique circumstances surrounding the specific case at hand. Therefore, those academics who attempt to trap their students into providing responses to these complex dilemmas, which prove how inept are the students in ethical judgment, are themselves guilty of moral illiteracy. As repeatedly asserted in this chapter, every action committed by a human or animal with moral agency is objectively either moral, amoral, or immoral, when viewed from an absolutely impartial, God's eye, standpoint. Unfortunately, because there is no such ultimate authority in regard to applied ethics, the most moral solutions, in the opinion of the current world teacher, Jagadguru Swami Vivekananda, are as follows. In the former case, if one was to divert a trolley in the direction of a single person, in order to save numerous others from harm, it may be morally acceptable, though it is not ideal, because one is making the deliberate decision to condemn an innocent to death. One ought to be accountable for one's own actions and not for the actions of a third party. The fact that the trolley may have killed the handful of persons on the railway track is not the fault of the actor, but of some unknown third party, probably an employee of the railway line in question, or else a technical issue of some kind. However, since normative judgments are necessarily dependent on the specific case at hand, there would usually be a large range of extrinsic factors involved in the judgment made. For example, if the single person in the trolley dilemma was a close relation of the actor in question, it would be fully understandable for the actor to not divert the trolley in the direction of the loved one. This, of course, is a general rule, since, as it will be amply demonstrated in a later subsection, one may be accountable for the actions of one's immediate subordinates. Again, the lesson to be learnt here is that moral liability is entirely dependent on the specifics of the case in hand. In the latter case, let us assume there are 4 persons trapped in a burning house: a mother, her 13-year-old son, her 5-year-old daughter, and her baby son. The rule in this case, and similar moral dilemmas involving several individuals, is that the most senior person in the hierarchy of society is the most morally valuable. To make this point exceedingly clear to even the most morally depraved persons, if one had to choose between saving the life of an avatara, such as Lord Jesus Christ or Gautama Buddha, over the life of a common shoemaker or a butcher, one should choose to save the life of the divine incarnation, since human society cannot perdure without an authentic spiritual, moral guide in place, whilst almost anybody can learn how to make and mend shoes, and even without shoes, one can live a quite worthwhile life. And of course, in the case of a butcher, he is a full-time criminal. So, in the aforementioned scenario, the adult male, the 13-year-old son, should be rescued first, the mother second, the 5-year-old girl third, and the baby boy last. After all, the mother can always give birth to more children, yet the baby cannot adequately survive without his parents. The intuition of many, if not most, persons would be to first save the baby, but this hunch is misguided purely, or at least, mainly, by emotional forces, rather than by rational deduction, established upon Dharma, the law. This explains the reason why, in the case of an emergency, flight attendants, otherwise known as airline cabin crew, instruct their adult passengers to first fasten their own oxygen masks to their faces, before attempting to assist others, particularly their own children. Similarly, just as there is a definite hierarchy in human society, there is an unambiguous hierarchy of non-human species, and it could apply to the plant kingdom as well. A redwood tree is more important than a blade of grass. Refer to the glossary entry, speciesism, in this regard. An extreme example of a moral dilemma would be the scenario in which a despotic megalomaniac, most likely the leader of a communist or socialist country, threatens to murder 1 billion humans unless you kill a woman of his choosing, let us call her Ruby. If you were to kill Ruby, in order to spare the lives of 1 billion persons, I would not too harshly judge you for that action. However, personally, I do not believe that I would make the same decision, because firstly, there is no guarantee that the potential mass murderer will adhere to his threat, and secondly, whatever action he performs is entirely of his own culpability, not mine. One cannot be guilty of murder if one does not murder, obviously. Another example of an extreme scenario would be the option of saving the life of an already born human, on the one hand, or else a number of newly fertilized human eggs, on the other hand. Assuming, of course, that the birthed human was not convicted of a capital crime, most of which are listed in a subsequent subsection, and that the human race was not in danger of going extinct, in the opinion of the Lord and Master of the known universe, and Savior of humanity, who authored this holiest of all holy scriptures, the life of the already born human is more morally valuable than trillions of zygotes. This is because the birthed human, even if he or she is afflicted with serious cognitive impairment, has achieved a level of physical and mental maturity, light years beyond what a zygote has reached, and I cannot imagine any decent person choosing to rescue 1 billion unconscious zygotes, rather than a 3-year-old child. Not that popular intuitions are consistently accurate, of course, for that would constitute an argumentum ad populum, informal logical fallacy, though in this particular instance, it would be correct. The following scenario is rarely, if ever, discussed in relation to the topic of moral dilemmas, though it seems to be one. Due to various factors, particularly to unfortunate childhood trauma, some persons enjoy being physically beaten, whipped, bonded, or clamped, that is, various mechanical devices being clamped to the erogenous zones of the body. It seems reasonable to assert that when a second person administers physical pain to the subject in question, that it would not count as an immoral act, as it is completely consensual. However, what if permanent injury ensues? Would it then be considered immoral? What if someone was so mentally deranged that he or she requested to be killed? Would it then be an evil deed? As with any human deed, each unique case ought to be judged according to the merits of the case. Obviously, a request to be killed should never be complied with, except, possibly in instances of euthanasia, and of course, only after careful consultation with the wisest authorities available, normally, a priest, especially if he is a genuine prophet or the world teacher. In summary, the solution to complex moral dilemmas, such as those above, according to Metaphysics and Dharma, chiefly hinges on 2 rules. Firstly, in the case of trolley problems, especially elaborate scenarios that college professors seem to enjoy contriving, there is a huge disparity between diverting a train that is destined to run over a person's, and deliberately killing a person's who would otherwise not be harmed. Secondly, in the case of burning building, and similar dilemmas, the individuals ought to be saved according to societal superiority, as noted. Those ignorant, deluded, foolish egalitarians who claim that every human life is of equal moral worth, invariably approve of the murder of poor, innocent, defenseless, unborn human beings, yet would rarely agree that their own lives are of similar value to that of a mass murderer. Such is the mentality of the typical duplicitous, hypocritical leftist, adharmavadan, in Sanskrit. Equality is non-existent in this macro sphere. The laboriousness of academics. One of my favorite pastimes is listening to so-called academic philosophers, that is, those men and women who have studied Western philosophical traditions at various tertiary education institutions, especially those without the Asian continent, and in particular those who have gained a master's degree or a doctorate, explaining or debating their moral positions in the public arena, such as within social media on the internet. Due to the fact that authentic Dharma is virtually non-existent outside of Bharata, those philosophers invariably are utterly incompetent at formulating logical and cogent arguments for their often awfully convoluted systems of ethics. If a person requires a doctorate in meta-ethics in order to live a decent, harmless life, then it suggests that morality is an elitist topic, and the rest of humanity is doomed to rot in iniquity. Fortunately, this is not at all the case, as expertly demonstrated in what is, undoubtedly, the foremost work of non-fiction ever composed, this final instruction sheet for humanity. Imagine approaching a simple construction worker in Africa and informing him that you are a moral realist who subscribes to a strictly deontological position in relation to metaethics. Assuming that he is a native English speaker, he will most probably stare at you, thinking that you were speaking a foreign tongue. On the other hand, if he was taught that it is immoral for a person to enact unjustified harm upon himself, other humans, as well as other living creatures, he could, simply by hearing that simple lesson, possibly live the rest of his life in a reasonably moral manner, without needing to research the topic for several years at a university or college. In Western academia, there are two major branches of ethics: moral realism and moral anti-realism. Moral anti-realism is the doctrine that there are no objective moral values or normative facts. It is usually contrasted with moral realism, which holds that there are objective moral values, and any moral claim is therefore either true or false. Within moral realism, there are a handful of major, supposedly, meta-ethical positions, including consequentialism, and its closely related theory, utilitarianism, deontology, social justice and social contract theory, virtue theory, ethical egoism, rational egoism, hedonism, existentialism, Kantianism, contractualism, and religion, that is, divine command theory. However, perhaps apart from consequentialism, none of these moral theories address the most important question in regard to metaethics: what exactly is ethics? If proponents of these ethical theories were to honestly address this question, they would be forced to agree with the author of this text, in conceding the undeniable fact that the notion of law, morality, ethics, dharma, in Sanskrit, is entirely concerned with any possible harm caused to humans, to human society as a whole, to non-human entities, and in rare instances, to inorganic matter, since this is to what the concept of law, morality, ethics have always referred. See the Morality for Dummies addendum to this chapter. In order to further clarify, on utilitarianism and consequentialism, which are popular viewpoints of Western, so-called, ethicists, it is asserted that whatever is most morally right is to be measured by how much utility is derived from any particular volitional act. For example, if it was possible to save the lives of 1,000 human beings, by intentionally destroying the life of a single human, one ought to kill that person. However, the fact that the concept of morality has always referred to the axiom, do no undue harm, ahimsa, in the Samskritam tongue of ancient India, seems to be taken out of the equation entirely, and certainly, there is no reference to a supremely wise arbiter of such deeds, who has the authority to adjudicate the proper course of action. So, in the aforementioned example, whilst utilitarians would declare that the most ethical course of action would be to murder one human, in order to save 1,000 humans, they are oblivious to the fact that the term, ethical, itself has its own unique meaning, and they invariably fail to offer a definition of the word, even within their lectures and verbose essay papers. Simply by stating, this is the most ethical thing to do in such and such a case, holds no real significance, unless one is able to concurrently tender an authoritative definition of the term, ethical, and likewise, the terms, moral, and immoral, as well as law. Therefore, in Kantian terms, there is but one categorical imperative, to avoid harm, plus a multitude of hypothetical imperatives, that is to say, to understand under what circumstances harm may be justified, such as the killing of an unborn human child, in the case of abortion. Of course, like virtually every other so-called philosopher who has ever lived, Herr Kant's understanding of morality was fundamentally flawed. Ultimately, proponents of moral subjectivism and anti-realism tend to make moral decisions based on the personal preferences, and unless, of course, they are afflicted with psychopathy, it is apparent that they prefer to execute actions that are seemingly least harmful to others. The typical tertiary education institution professor, for instance, who may subscribe to the inane, purportedly meta-ethical position known as error theory, will invariably prefer to not slay his own mother for no particular reason whatever, as he or she acknowledges that it will cause pain and distress to him, herself, as well as his kinsman, and obviously, unjustifiably truncate the lifespan of an innocent, beloved human being. Again, those academics who are afflicted with sociopathic or psychopathic tendencies may proffer their supposed metaethical postulations as an attempt to defend their objectively immoral, criminal actions, so it is imperative for Sanatanas, champions of Sanatana Dharma, or the eternal law, to carefully study this holy scripture, in order to learn the best counterarguments to such delusional, over-intellectual educators. A case study of a Western academic, ethicist. Chapter 03 of A Final Instruction Sheet for Humanity explains the reasons why the domain of law, morality, ethics, again, most appropriately referred to by the Sanskrit term, dharma, see that entry in the glossary, is the exclusive province of genuine members of the most holy priesthood, Brahmana, in Sanskrit. It also provides examples of the moral failure of academic philosophers, both in their personal lives and in their philosophical work, so I am loath to consume valuable space by offering further case studies of evil, deluded, so-called ethicists in this present chapter. However, I cannot but resist to provide at least one more exemplification of a Western academic, Sir Bernard Arthur Owen Williams, an Englishman who lived from 1929 to 2003, and who was a leader in his field during the second half of the 20th century. Sir Bernard was educated in history and philosophy at the University of Oxford, and later lectured at the University of Cambridge, arguably the two most prestigious colleges in the history of the world, and was awarded honorary doctorates by the two most renowned American tertiary education institutions. Yet, such an illustrious inheritance momentously failed to impart any veneer of accurate moral understanding upon Sir Bernard, judging by the quality of literature he composed. His assertion that there cannot be any very interesting, tidy or self-contained theory of what morality is, nor can there be an ethical theory, in the sense of a philosophical structure which, together with some degree of empirical fact, will yield a decision procedure for moral reasoning, is not only blatantly false, as proven in this book, but downright laughable and presumptuous. In this statement, Williams displays an excessive degree of haughtiness, unbecoming of an academic of his lofty stature. In the preface to his first book, Williams notes the charge against contemporary moral philosophy, that it is peculiarly empty and boring. How apt, since this is precisely how I, the current world teacher himself, find Bernard's incredibly laborious, humdrum writings on ethics, morality. In order to simplify my point, Professor Williams, like practically every person who has ever lived, was clearly unable to comprehend proper metaethics, and therefore, devoted decades of his working life composing copious amounts of tedious books and essay papers on the subject, yet, to no avail. Also, the mere fact that he was knighted by an illegitimate, so-called, monarch, proves beyond doubt that he was a shill of the corrupt state, since no decent human being would even dream of affirming the validity of a violent, evil, criminal organization. Williams served on several, so-called, royal, commissions and government committees in the UK, the Public Schools Commission, 1965-1970, Drug Abuse, 1971, Gambling, 1976-1978, the Committee on Obscenity and Film Censorship, 1979, and the Commission on Social Justice, 1993-1994. In a The Times newspaper interview, not long before his death, Williams said, "I did all the major vices." While on the Gambling Commission, one of his recommendations, fortuitously ignored at the time, was for a national lottery. He was also known as a staunch feminist. In summary, Bernie, like almost every other so-called philosopher in the Western tradition, was a wretched degenerate, even by his very own admission. Furthermore, near the conclusion of a lecture he gave late in life, at Princeton University, in the United States of America, Dr. Williams showed that he was not only an animal-abusing carnist, despite being acquainted with Dr. Peter Singer's animal rights position, himself a professor at the same university, but he so very insanely asserted that there is some evidence that we human beings are carnivores, and a great deal of evidence that we are a predatory species. If this abject pervert had been born in ancient India, he would have been called a Kandala, meaning dog-eater, and not even included in mainstream society, but rejected as an outcast, due to consuming any species of animal. As more than adequately demonstrated in the final chapter of this solitary scripture, we humans are a fully herbivorous species, slaughtering animals due only to a lack of edible vegetation, in prehistoric times, and due to societal conditioning, in recent millennia. In my own case, I was raised as a meat eater, but never enjoyed consuming putrefied animal parts, and always hoped to become a vegetarian, which I managed to finally achieve upon a change to my conditioning, when I joined a Hindu religious cult at age 23, and thereafter, became a vegan. Incidentally, before speaking at the above university, Williams was introduced as the finest moral philosopher of our time, even though, by the time he had passed away, he never came to understand the most fundamental essence of morality, law, ethics. If only the reader could have heard how loudly I laughed upon hearing this silly assertion, as well as Bernard's even sillier claims in regard to the dietary habits of we humans. Also, Sir Bernard claimed that humans are the only species of animal that possesses what he wrongly termed moral consciousness, even though there is overwhelming evidence that most, if not all, species of mammals embody varying degrees of instinctual moral behavior. This may sound like a logical fallacy, but I am not sure if a full-time criminal, papi, or adharma vadan, in Sanskrit, who condones the brutal, unjustified slaughter of both innocent, defenseless human beings, and of non-human animals alike, who actively serves a wicked, evil, demonic, violent, criminal organization, namely, the illegitimate, so-called, government, of his nation, who advocates for gambling, and who subscribes to pernicious Marxist ideologies, such as socialism and feminism, ought to present himself as a doctor of morality and/or ethics. Apart from the aforementioned chapter 03, see also the glossary entry, Doctor, for my candid view of doctors, of philosophy, in particular. In order to conclude this subsection, it is worth noting that a fellow contemporary British philosopher of Dr. Bernard Williams, Professor Derek Anthony Parfit, who specialized in personal identity, ethics and rationality, is widely considered to be one of the most important and influential moral philosophers of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. And, like Dr. Williams, Parfit too can easily be proven to have been an abject dunce * in all three of his specialties, a fact that will surely become evident to any brainy, moderately sagacious person, who thoroughly studies this chapter of A Final Instruction Sheet for Humanity, in a systematic fashion, and compares it to Parfit's misologistic and downright hypocritical writings. In brief, the moral theorizing of virtually every single academic, ethicist, is both hilarious and nauseating. With all due apologies to the brilliant medieval theologian and priest, Father John Duns Scotus, from whose name the word dunce is derived. The principle of alternative possibilities. Strictly in order to demonstrate how over-intellectualized, not to mention how inaccurate and inauthentic, are the convoluted postulations and dogmas of Western academic ethicists, one need look no further than a well-known online anthology of philosophy, known as the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Their entry, Moral Responsibility and the Principle of Alternative Possibilities, is chock-a-block full of gratuitous theorizing, not to mention an abundance of poor grammar, syntax, and punctuation. According to the principle of alternative possibilities, PAP, a person is morally responsible for what he or she has done, only if she could have done otherwise. This principle seems well and good, yet because it is not grounded upon proper metaethics, that is, Dharma, it falls short of perfection. According to the tenets of Dharma, a person is morally responsible for his or her actions depending on an enormous range of parameters, and therefore, no simplistic, unbending set of rules applies to any particular act, or series of actions, performed by a conscious agent. The various Western ethicists and moral philosophers mentioned in the encyclopedia entry seem to be intensely interested in formulating sets of rigid rules for governing the moral culpability of a human who may be factually guiltless, due to being unable to act otherwise, upon committing a seemingly immoral deed. For example, the famous 18th century German philosopher, Immanuel Kant, 1785, suggested that ought implies can, oic. According to Herr Kant, one cannot be morally obligated to do something that is physically impossible. While it would be moral for you to eradicate world hunger, you are under no obligation to do so, for the simple reason that you cannot. You may, however, be obligated to relieve hunger to the extent you can. Perhaps OIC is not, as Thomas Reid thought, as self-evident as the axioms of mathematics, Reid, 1788, but it is nevertheless very plausible, according to the philosopher who compiled the encyclopedia entry, Dr. David Robb. On the other hand, as repeated many times in this chapter, the moral culpability of a human, or non-human, person is dependent on all kinds of factors that surround the allegedly guilty act in question, and there can never ever exist a set of rules, or a formulaic paradigm that one can consult, in order to judge the degree of moral guilt of an actor. For instance, almost every human being who has ever lived, psychopaths notwithstanding, will agree that rape is immoral. Yet, I can conceive of one hypothetical scenario where rape may possibly be moral. I shall put it in the form of a syllogism. Premise 1. In the case where the human species has become all but extinct, apart from one solitary man and one solitary, fertile, woman. Premise 2. In this scenario, the male is completely homosexual and therefore, has no desire whatever, to mate with the female in question. Premise 3. The continuation of the Homo sapiens species is deemed to be beneficial, according to the tenets of moral law, that is, DHARMA. Conclusion. It is moral for the female to forcefully mate with the male, multiple times, in order to re-establish the human population, and contrary to popular conceptions, it is indeed possible for a woman to rape a man, though I will spare you the gruesome details. Returning to the nitty-gritty of this subsection, perhaps the most important point one should make in respect to the principle of alternative possibilities, is that freedom of volition ought not be taken into consideration when making moral judgments, because factually, free will is non-existent for any living being. Refer to the previous chapter, and to the relevant subsection of this chapter, for more about this matter. In order to make it succinct, even though every thought and action is fully predetermined, it is necessary to enforce moral law within society, lest it degenerates into a lawless, decadent mess, something that can be very clearly witnessed in recent decades, due to a dearth of Dharma. Bogus gurus. There are some, ostensibly, highly enlightened spiritual teachers in the so-called, ultra-spiritual community, who, truth be told, are nothing but complete charlatans, and who erroneously believe that the solution to dealing with the tough question of ethics, morality, and thus living a completely ethical life, is for each individual human to raise themselves to the teacher's own exalted level of consciousness, that is to say, a seemingly enlightened state of being, or a seemingly awakened state of mind, so that they will spontaneously, or automatically, behave in a loving manner in each moment, without the requirement of a moral code, for example, love, and do what you will. These so-called wise gurus typically belong to the Neo-Advaita movement, see that term in the glossary, and hence, are hardly genuine gurus at all, but merely foolish workers, or even lower than working class men. In other words, women, who are unqualified to teach authentic Dharma to society. We know from history, as well as from the present, since, at the time of writing, some states of the USA that are administered by left-leaning governors, are freely permitting petty theft to take place within their jurisdictions, that, when the law is not enforced, the general population, especially young men, it seems, are susceptible to embark on a rampage of pillaging, raping, and looting, thus proving such so-called gurus to be grossly misguided in their assessment of how moral precepts are to be disseminated among their communities. How many human beings would not hesitate to slay their worst enemies, provided that they were immune from any form of governmental or societal repercussion? The case of the 1994 genocide of the Tutsi ethnic group, in Rwanda, Africa, is merely one example of the result of such an insane, moral, position. The tendency is for we humans, as well as other great apes, to run amok, unless proper discipline, predicated on Dharma, is administered. It is practically unheard of, for a human to fully adhere to the law, again, Dharma, without the existence of an overarching, influential force to temper his or her actions. Perhaps the only humans who are capable of doing so, are genuine Brahmana, members of the holy priesthood. Obviously, no two persons who ever lived could possibly agree on every moral infraction, and what should be the exact form of punishment, if any, for each and every moral transgression. Not even the two most holy and wisest persons on earth at any given time would fully agree on what constitutes a criminal, unethical act, and even if they were to agree, they may not agree on what ought to be the penalty for each and every crime. And even if they do agree on all those details, what of the billions of miscreants who are far below their exalted level? Should a government freely allow its citizens to behave according to their whims, in the vain hope that they will one day reach spiritual perfection? That is equivalent to anarchy. This alone should demonstrate that subjective moral systems are impractical, unfair, and unwise, as they are capricious. This author staunchly asserts, and proves, in this chapter of this holy scripture, that morality is absolutely objective. So, whenever the reader comes across a so-called spiritual master, priest, who is unable to logically explicate morality, promptly flee from his presence. See the glossary entry, Neo Advaita, to understand the phenomenon of such so-called spiritual masters, who espouse this point of view, and are leading astray the deluded followers with utterly bogus ethical proclamations, not to mention fundamentally flawed metaphysics. One of the gentlemen to whom this most holy scripture of all is dedicated, in fact, the only truly holy scripture ever composed, Mr. Roger Castillo, when asked by one of my slaves, "What are your meta-ethics?" responded thus, "I don't think I have a meta-ethic." Despite the fact that he has been working as a spiritual teacher for several years, and regularly dispenses ethical guidelines to his gullible pupils. Enough said. Of course, I am not implying that Roger is a demonic character, since he has given me an extremely valuable insight into the nature of suffering, as opposed to mere pain, otherwise I would not have chosen him to be one of the 2 or 3 dedicatees of this holiest of holy scriptures. Yet, like practically every single, so-called, spiritual teacher in the history of humanity, he is grossly ignorant of even the fundamentals of ethics and morality, again, properly termed, Dharma, so it is imperative for the reader to read and understand this term, from its glossary entry. Law enforcement. Although human populations have always necessarily maintained some kind of military force, for the purpose of defending themselves from enemies such as hostile tribes, as well as for attacking competing populations, for most of human history, there were no police to enforce the law, because, until relatively recently, we humans resided in clans and/or tribes, in which each and every member of the social group knew each other far more intimately than do modern urbanites, and since the agricultural revolution, residing in farming communities or in small hamlets or towns in rural areas, where serious crime was less endemic, and also because ancient societies were self-policing. Hence, if a child had committed a crime, rather than being carted off to juvenile court by a member of the local police department, his or her mother would administer any necessary punishment. If the mother herself had broken the law, then the master of the house would discipline her. Likewise, if the husband was to commit an offensive act, his father or his employer would take punitive measures, and so on, all the way up to the head of that society, normally the chief priest or the king. Of course, this paradigm rests upon the assumption that each individual member of society actually enforced the law, in respect to their subordinates, and we can know for certain that they did so, to a very large extent, otherwise their populations would have perished, or at least have disintegrated to such an extent that their communities were plagued with serious problems. Just see how much wasteful infrastructure modern societies require, in order to perform the duties previously performed by all its collective citizenry. A massive police force would be practically superfluous in even a decent monarchy, what to mention under a holy and righteous king. When a nation, even a very populous one, such as has been the case in the past couple of centuries, where some nations comprise over 1 billion inhabitants, is established on virtuous principles, dharma. In Sanskrit, the requirement of even a small police force would be highly questionable, because it would be ensured that every single citizen receives proper training in law, dharma. It is far preferable that individuals adhere to the law voluntarily, rather than by brute force. Wouldn't you, the reader, agree? This explains the reason why modern bureaucracies tend to expend inordinate amounts of resources, in order to keep watch over their own citizens. Due to their criminal nature, such illegitimate governments are unable to promulgate holy and righteous living, and so, are compelled to literally spy on their own people, and impose many restrictions on their movements, in an attempt to minimize public unrest, whereas a true monarch will facilitate genuine spiritual teachers, i.e., brahmana, in Sanskrit, to spread dharma among the masses, beginning with the priest's own seminarians and disciples, who in turn, will teach the head of the households of their communities, who in turn, will teach dharma to the individual members of the extended families. Many, if not most crimes, particularly acts of unmitigated violence, have their seed in poor child-rearing practices, especially highly traumatic incidents such as neglect, physical mistreatment, that is, undue bodily harm beyond legitimate corporal punishment, and psychological abuse. In order to treat such unfortunate mental health outcomes, this author recommends regular psychotherapy, combined with yoga, meditation. Of course, this does not include that percentage of humanity who are afflicted with obvious psychological abnormalities, such as psychopathy. When the leaders of society, that is, genuine kings and genuine priests, ensure that dharma is promoted in their nations, such odious crimes will naturally be minimized. At present, human society is rapidly heading towards destruction, due to the lack of proper adherence to dharma. Examples of criminality. Capital offenses. It is beyond the purview of this holy scripture to list every possible immoral act and its appropriate punishment, but because this treatise was composed during a particularly dark period in human history, Kali Yuga, in Vedic terminology, it is pertinent to mention a few, because some of these crimes are considered to not be immoral at all in the estimation of a huge percentage of the population. The term, criminal, is synonymous with terms such as immoral, sinful, evil, unlawful, and illegitimate, and that is, any act that causes unjustifiable harm to oneself, to human society as a whole, to other living beings, or the natural environment, which often affects organic life indirectly, anyway. In accord with the title of this chapter, the most favored term would be adharma, or in its adjectival form, adharmic, a quasi-Sanskrit term. Some crimes that deserve capital punishment, that is, death, in most cases, are adultery, fornication, unless the couple were both virgins beforehand, and decide to marry as soon as practical, persecuting and/or grossly offending a member of the two higher classes of society, that is, a member of the priesthood or the monarchy, premeditated murder, which includes deaths as a result of war waged by illegitimate governments, highly grievous assault, high treason, homosexual acts, except within polygamous marriage, and rape, including bestiality. Obviously, as repeated multiple times within this chapter, each and every suspected moral transgression should be judged according to the specifics of the case. So, for example, a king may rightly choose to behead one of his subjects who makes a sexual gesture towards one of his queens, what to speak of any more serious sexual advance, and yes, a monarch will invariably marry more than one woman, because not only is polygamy a legitimate institution, it is practically obligatory for the penultimate alpha male in society to mate with several suitable ladies. The question may arise regarding which humans ought to be responsible for executing those miscreants who have been convicted of capital offenses. Personally, despite being an exceptionally gentle and loving priest, the current world teacher himself, to be more precise, I would have no qualms whatsoever, putting to death any demonic scoundrel, who has been proven beyond reasonable doubt, to have committed a capital crime, because I know that human society is doomed to destruction if perpetrators of such crimes are allowed within society, and imprisonment is an inadequate alternative. See below. Even if my own child or spouse was to deliberately commit such a heinous act as rape or murder, I would consider it to be my solemn duty, according to the law, that is, according to proper dharma, as defined in the glossary, and expounded in this chapter, to execute a son or daughter of mine in such a case, and if I failed in my duty to put him, her to death, I would be guilty myself, and could hardly claim to be a paragon of virtue. However, since my chief role in society is to teach law, dharma, ethics to kings and to seminarians, I would delegate the task of execution to those particular men who are far more suited, both physically and mentally, to the task of executing sinners. There are many men who have a particularly aggressive mentality, who enjoy such pursuits as boxing, martial arts, and fencing, who would gladly volunteer to serve his monarch as an executioner. Unless the criminal has committed a particularly vile deed, such as raping a child, then skinning him or her alive and eating him, her. Yes, humans can be unbelievably base creatures. Sad to say, the offender should be put to death in the most humane manner available, such as electrocution, lethal injection, or a gunshot to the head. Examples of criminality: corporal offenses. Crimes that warrant corporal punishment, and because physical lashing is rarely required, this is normally limited to imprisonment, see below. Revocation of certain privileges, or an act of penitence, such as writing lines and/or paying restitution to the victims, and/or performing prescribed chores. Or in the case of acts of self-harm, psychological counseling from a qualified therapist, since acts of self-harm are typically the product of neurosis or psychosis, and any form of vengeance would count as unwarranted, include, in no particular order: theft, kidnapping, false imprisonment, deception, blackmail, extortion, bribery, fraud, forgery, false accusation, insubordination, disobeying or insulting a superior, uttering profanities and/or blasphemies without proper justification, libel, slander, verbal threats that have any likelihood of being carried out. A little girl threatening to beat a macho bodybuilder, for example, is quite impotent. Gambling for cash or prizes, assault, including sexual molestation, short of rape, vandalism, neglect of one's duties, entrapment, sabotage, the obstruction of legitimate, rightful human activities, obscenities such as willful public exposure and pornography, reckless operation of a motorized vehicle, acts of self-harm such as the ingestion or injection of toxic substances like narcotics and tobacco products, animal cruelty, unless the defendant is literally starving, and is compelled to either hunt an animal and eat it, or otherwise, purchase some product of animal cruelty and consume it, purely in order to survive, and, of course, killing another human short of premeditated murder. Euthanasia and suicide can be justified in certain cases. Abortion may be legitimate in the case of rape, or if the health of the mother would be endangered to a serious degree, if the pregnancy was allowed to continue. See also the lengthy exposition on abortion in this chapter of the holiest of all scriptures, a final instruction sheet for humanity. Furthermore, concerted failed attempts to commit many of the above crimes may be deemed to warrant some form of rightful punishment. Of course, according to the principles of applied ethics, every possible suspected moral violation is to be judged according to the merits of the unique facts of the particular case, in both the case of capital crimes and in the case of corporal crimes. There are an almost unlimited number of possible data points that can mitigate the severity of any criminal act. No two crimes are exactly identical, even if the very same crime is enacted by the same person, at approximately the same time. For example, if a father was to steal a bunch of 100 bananas from a reasonably wealthy person, in order to feed his starving family, that crime can easily be pardoned, given the dire circumstances. However, if the man was to steal another 100 bananas an hour later, from the same victim, the wealthy person, this second act of robbery would constitute a far more serious act of immorality, because the man's family had been sufficiently nourished by the first batch of pilfered food. Of course, one may counter, but his family will need to eat again tomorrow, so it is indeed defensible for the man to steal the second bunch of bananas. However, this counterfactual statement can be used to rationalize an ordinate criminal activity. For example, one may claim that the man is permitted to steal a boatload of foodstuffs, in order to feed his extended family for the next 2 or 3 years. If, on the other hand, the victim was a similarly underprivileged individual himself, the crime would not be so trifling, and a form of restitution would be compulsory. Imprisonment is a poor means of punishment. Incarceration or imprisonment is not a judicious, no pun intended, method of punishment, according to the following rationale. If a convicted criminal is too dangerous, or too prone to recidivism, to be permitted freedom of movement within his/her community, that implies that the offender ought to be put to death, rather than being confined to a jail cell, and factually, must be put to death in most cases of the aforementioned capital felonies. Why should a number of, relatively, innocent civilians be charged with feeding and clothing those vile miscreants who have committed heinous crimes, worthy of the death penalty? To make the point even more salient, imagine that the society in question was a tribe of, let us say, 1,000 members. Typically, such a modestly sized community would most likely lack an abundance of resources with which to materially support, let us say, 20 capital offenders serving lifetime sentences. It would be criminal, again, no pun intended, to expect the remaining 980 citizens to supply resources to those 20 prisoners for several decades, for each prison inmate. Personally, as a rather poor monastic priest, I would be aghast if I was forced to pay taxes to the ruler of my tribe, town, or city, in order to contribute to the maintenance of a prison complex housing rapists, murderers, and fornicators. How utterly psychotic would a person need to be, in order to believe that a murderer or child rapist ought to be fed and housed for life, free of charge, whilst a priest, who is devoting his entire existence to spreading holy and righteous principles to his community, see chapter 20, be relegated to live in utter poverty? The perpetrators of most of the aforementioned corporal offenses would best be punished in one of the ways mentioned in the applicable paragraph. For example, one who has stolen a bicycle ought to return the stolen object, or if that is impossible or impractical, replace it with an equivalent machine, or else offer some other form of equitable compensation acceptable to the victim. Subsequent to reimbursement, an appropriate form of punishment may be imposed on the thief, such as performing chores in the victim's dwelling place or business enterprise, for a stipulated period of time. Obviously, those criminals who are repeat offenders must be punished more severely, and only in the most extreme cases would capital punishment be necessary. Perhaps the only scenario where imprisonment could be warranted is in order to corral prisoners of war until the conflict has concluded, and obviously, to hold suspects of serious crimes until the conclusion of their trials. No sane person would want to reside in the same country, or even the same planet, now that rapid long-distance transport is ubiquitous, as a mass murderer or a child rapist, nor would a person of sound mind want to contribute to the long-term upkeep of such a base reprobate. In case there is any doubt in the mind of the reader, not only are those persons who directly commit the above crimes responsible for their actions, but also those who assist the chief actors. Accomplices to criminal acts should be judged and sentenced according to the specific circumstances surrounding the case, of course, taking into consideration every relevant detail, including coercion and any power dynamics. In particularly heinous cases, such as murder, it may be considered justified for an accomplice to receive the same punishment as the murderer. Furthermore, breaking the law in ignorance of the law is rarely an acceptable excuse, because it is the duty of those in authority to educate the masses in regard to the law. If a father teaches his wife and children that they must avoid inflicting undue harm to themselves and to other living beings, they should be ever aware of this maxim, and in most cases of suspected moral transgression, must be held accountable by law. Double effect. Of course, when a lawbreaker, otherwise called a criminal, sinner, miscreant, etc., is punished, related persons may also be harmed in some way. Hence the use of the qualifier, unjustified, in the term, unjustified harm, used frequently as this chapter. For example, if a man is executed for murdering and raping a girl, his family may experience a great deal of emotional or financial suffering, or both. This is indeed unfortunate, but the extant authorities ought to make certain that his dependents are suitably cared for. In the case mentioned at the end of a previous paragraph, the life of a human being is destroyed when a raped woman chooses to abort her child, but the suffering endured by the raped woman may be so great that an abortion is justified. If she is forced to give birth to the baby, she may hold deep-seated resentment towards her offspring, and neglect or abuse the child, which would cause serious emotional and/or bodily distress. Therefore, it is imperative that complex cases be adjudicated by an appropriate authority, as previously explained. See also, double effect, in the glossary of this book. To provide a far more common example of how unwanted or unintentional harm can be caused to a third party when an objectively moral act is executed, let us consider the scenario where vermin, such as mosquitoes, ants, cockroaches, and rodents, have invaded one's living places or working spaces. It is perfectly legitimate, and could be argued that it is indeed mandatory, for one to eradicate such harmful species from one's dwelling or one's place of employment, because the slaughter of those innocent creatures is justified, due to the harm they can cause to human living conditions. It is a holy and righteous act to extinguish vermin in order to protect one's health and one's food supply, etc. On the other hand, to wantonly destroy the lives of the aforementioned creatures whilst strolling along a country road is unnecessarily violent. The term, violence, refers to the intentional use of physical force or power against oneself, another person, or against a group of persons or community, which either results in, or has a high likelihood of resulting in, injury, death, psychological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. Therefore, the term, violence, should never be applied to those cases in which just force is used against an unjust aggressor. I am sure that if you were being attacked by a ferocious beast, such as a lion or a bear, and you happened to kill the animal in self-defense, no sane person would claim that you were being violent. Imagine if a news agency reported the following headline: "Woman violently murders her pet cat," when in fact, she simply defended herself from the animal, after it went crazy for some unbeknown reason, and tried to scratch out her eyes. Above, it was explained that when executing a moral or amoral act, inadvertent harm may be caused to first, second, or third persons, or to other living creatures, such as animals. This argument is often used by carnists in an attempt to discredit veganism. Those murderous carnists obviously fail to understand the definition of the term, vegan, in the first instance, and even if the definition of the word was, a person who never harms animals, it would still be a poor argument. The fact remains that it's practically impossible to live a decent life without indirectly harming a fellow human, or a creature of another species. Fortunately, Mr. and Mrs. Donald Watson and their successors at the Vegan Society were sufficiently clever to formulate the definition of vegan, to deter such duplicitous animal-abusing criminals, who attempt to justify their wicked ways. Unfortunately, such carnists, even after the term, vegan, is explained to them, invariably refuse to listen to simple reason. On the other hand, the Vegan Society's definition of veganism has morphed over the decades, so please examine the final chapter. NB. Whilst the term, murder, refers to the unjustified slaughter of a human being by another human, I often use it in reference to the killing of a non-human species by a human being, also. This is because, the act of unjustifiably killing another animal, is so barbaric and heinous, that it is akin to murder, in my opinion. To illustrate this point, I often say to carnists, go and kill a lamb or a kid with your bare hands and teeth, as would do an actual carnivore or an omnivore, and then, inform me that you have not murdered a poor, innocent living creature. Also, the usual definition of murder, if applied purely to members of our own species, Homo sapiens, would preclude Homo neanderthalensis. I am quite certain that if Neanderthals were still extant, that no sane Homo sapiens would count the killing of a Neanderthal to be a trivial crime, and that most every governmental jurisdiction on the face of the earth would include the intentional slaughter of one to be an act of murder. Can stealing ever be condoned? There are several cases in which stealing may be not only condoned, but can be counted a truly moral deed. In order to make it perfectly succinct, in this book, the word stealing, otherwise called theft, robbery, burglary, pilferage, etc., refers to the taking of or the withholding of the real property or intellectual property of another person, without permission from the rightful owner of that property. Such cases may be divided into those in which property is taken without apparent justificatory compensation, such as the classic, filching food in order to avoid starvation, scenario, and those cases in which there exists some form of compensatory justification, such as you taking the property of one who has stolen from you, of equivalent monetary value. There are also borderline cases, where a person takes the property of another person, with the intention of merely borrowing the property and returning it at a later time, for example, borrowing a neighbor's lawnmower while the neighbor was at work, and then returning it before the neighbor returned home. William Shakespeare's famous adage, found within his play, Hamlet, "There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so," is pertinent here, although the bard's terminology is imperfect, considering that good and bad are unintelligible when used independently from an established axiomatic metric. On more than one occasion, I have ordered a type of removable flash memory card used for storing digital information, called a micro SD card, via an internet supplier, knowing that the quantity of storage on the card is being falsely advertised, considering the inordinately low price of the item. I would then gather sufficient evidence that the cards are counterfeit products, apply for a full refund from the online store, and keep the cards, as per the return and refund policy of the supplier. Therefore, in effect, by using the fake micro SD cards in my mobile smartphones, albeit with a far smaller storage capacity, I am punishing the store for cheating their customers, and according to the online reviews of the items in question, very few of their customers have realized that the articles are bogus, due to their lack of knowledge and/or skill in testing their purchases. Of course, the online shopping platform that hosts the retailer was informed of the retailer's malpractice, yet chose to ignore my complaint. Thus, my actions are counted as not only justifiable, but holy and righteous, and if every customer was to do the same as did I, the retailer would desist from the deceptive conduct. There are many other scenarios that could be mentioned as examples of justifiable theft, such as government taxation on citizens, apart from landlords and big business owners, but the examples provided in this paragraph and the previous paragraph should be sufficient to provide one with a clear paradigm for judging the culpability of accused thieves. In recent times, it has become extremely easy to access copyrighted media, such as music files, movies, and artworks, including photography and literary works, on the World Wide Web. Of course, as a general rule, it would be immoral to download and/or otherwise use such media, without permission from the author or copyright holder. However, there are scenarios in which such copyright laws are themselves immoral. Most notably, the continuation of copyright beyond the death of the author is blatantly unethical, because there cannot be any justification for one to pay the heirs of the said author for works produced by the author. After all, the descendants of sculptor Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni, assuming he has any, are not being paid royalties for his stunning works of visual art, and neither would they deserve such payment. When a carpenter passes away, why should his children be paid cash for the cabinets their father manufactured during his lifetime? Obviously, they should not be paid any money, as they did nothing whatsoever to earn such payment. Neither should the heirs of a musician be entitled to any financial compensation for any compositions or recordings produced by their parents or grandparents. Therefore, I freely admit that I have downloaded many copyrighted music files featuring works of deceased composers from the internet, totally free of guilt. Of course, the same paradigm may apply to any other apparent criminal act, and not only to thievery. That is the reason why each and every suspected ethical infraction must be judged according to the merits of the case. Destroying sentient life, and, as demonstrated in the glossary, all life is definitionally sentient, is not always immoral. Sex outside of wedlock is not always immoral, as proven elsewhere in this chapter, and forging government documents is not always immoral, as also demonstrated in this chapter. It is imperative to understand the actual meaning of the term immoral, in this regard, as defined near the beginning of the chapter, i.e., an act that causes unjustified harm to a living being. Is philanthropy a moral obligation? In the definition of morality, or to be more precise and pedantic, the definition of the term moral, as opposed to immoral, or amoral, provided near the beginning of this chapter, it was asserted, and subsequently demonstrated beyond doubt, that a moral act is one in which the intention and the consequences of the act result in beneficial outcomes for any number of biological organisms, even if simultaneously, some lesser degree of justifiable harm has also ensued. In order to put it in simple, everyday language, doing a good deed is a moral act. At the risk of being overly finicky, it is safe to assume that any accidental act of beneficence could also be counted as a moral deed. For instance, if one was to throw some food out one's window, and it is consumed by a starving human or non-human animal, that deed is moral. Therefore, it seems obvious that one should donate one's excess funds and/or belongings to those who are in dire circumstances, correct? No, not entirely. First of all, if the wealthy were forced to sacrifice their excess riches, that would create chaos within society. Assuming that a community was governed by a legitimate ruler, that is, a genuine patriarch, in the guise of a chief, a king, or similar alpha male, it would be assured that the principles of law, DHARMA, are promulgated within that society, without the need for excessive policing of individual behavior, as already explicated in a previous subsection. And obviously, such a policy is aligned with the goals and practices of communism, socialism, which, in Chapter 22, shall be demonstrated to be an objectively evil ideology. Stealing from the rich, in order to give to the poor, is a blatantly criminal act, and must never be contemplated in all but the most extreme state of affairs. Furthermore, it is preferable for the rich to use their wealth to advance social programs that enable the destitute to eventually sustain themselves, rather than simply throwing cash at them. As also explained in this chapter, each and every human action is to be judged according to the unique circumstances surrounding the act in question, and therefore, it is simply impossible to make a general rule in regard to the giving of charity. Again, as long as society is adhering to the tenets of DHARMA, see that term in the glossary, there will be little requirement for the leaders of society to enforce rigid rules and regulations in respect to charity giving. Forcing the wealthy to sacrifice their wealth involuntarily, whether via the taxation system, or directly, ought to be contemplated in only the most extreme circumstances imaginable. For example, if there was an extraordinarily wealthy family residing in a mansion, surrounded by a clan of farm workers, literally dying of starvation, it could be condoned for those hungry peasants to seize a portion of the tycoon's property, in order to avert starvation. This, by definition, would constitute a moral act, because the benefits accrued by the starving farmers outweigh the loss of wealth experienced by the rich family, assuming, of course, that the rich family were able to live a reasonably satisfactory life, following the theft of part of their wealth. Ideally, it would be preferable for DHARMA to prevail, and for the wealthy landlord to voluntarily perform the philanthropic act of feeding the destitute farm hands, at least temporarily, but at the time of writing this, the entire world is growing ever more morally debased, with no apparent hope in sight, sadly. The Lord loves a cheerful giver. Self-harm. In relation to the claim that it is immoral for an individual to commit an act of self-harm, many, if not most, would dispute this assertion, claiming that it should be obvious that a person has the right to harm him, herself if he or she wishes. After all, they would insist, if the harmful act does not affect any other human, then there can be no valid reason for self-harm to be objectively immoral. My response is as follows. Firstly, an act of self-harm is not, in fact, limited to the individual in question. When we harm ourselves, we are also harming those friends, family, and acquaintances whom are concerned for our well-being. Only a person who is bereft of such friends and family could possibly be exempt from this concordat. Secondly, the very fact that anyone would want to commit an act of self-harm is symptomatic of psychological imbalance, unless, of course, the act was warranted. There are certain circumstances in which self-harm, including the act of suicide, could be seen as a supremely holy and righteous act, such as killing oneself after one has committed a heinous crime worthy of the death penalty. There are also obvious cases in which one can harm oneself in order to achieve a greater good, such as severing one's limb in order to break free from being trapped in a rock crevice, or slapping oneself on the chest in order to dislodge food that has become stuck in one's throat. The lesson to be learnt here is that, in the field of morality, it is a question of justified harm and not simply as to whether any harm has occurred. Moral culpability. Only humans over the age of reason, which is entirely dependent on the individual and nature of the particular act in question, and those who are not afflicted with an acute mental disability, can be morally culpable. See Chapter 11 regarding the moral culpability of those with psychological disorders. In such cases, the immediate superior of such persons, usually a parent or guardian, ought to be held accountable for the actions of the minor or of the mentally handicapped individual convicted of a crime. The age of reason is largely dependent on the specific act. For instance, a young child, e.g. a 5-year-old girl, who repeatedly takes food from her mother's dinner plate without permission, can be appropriately punished for her acts, since, by that age, she can easily learn that she is guilty of disobedience, after being repeatedly chastised by her parents. If, however, the same girl was to throw her baby brother down a staircase, thereby resulting in the death of the infant, her moral liability would be greatly diminished, because a child of her age may not understand the concept of severe injury or of mortality. So, but for those beset with psychological disabilities, a human normally becomes progressively more morally responsible as he or she ages, or at least until she has reached a certain level of mental development. At present, psychologists seem to agree that this age is about 25 years. As the part of the human brain that governs rationality and impulse control, the prefrontal cortex, is the slowest section to mature. The following 5 steps should serve as a methodical guide for the moral judgment of any volitional human, and possibly non-human, action. 1. A human intuits that another human, or possibly a non-human animal, especially in the case of a domestic pet, has enacted unjustified, undue harm upon himself, upon another living creature, upon human society as a whole, or possibly upon the inorganic environment. 2. A determination is made regarding which person or body is competent to judge whether or not there is any merit to the case. As mentioned previously, in absolutely every case, this judge should be either the immediate superior, or an even higher superior, of the alleged offender. 3. According to the principles of Dharma, law, morality, ethics, expounded in this chapter of A Final Instruction Sheet for Humanity, an authorized judge or judges makes a determination of any compunction on the part of the accused, based on any perceived harm caused to the aggrieved parties, whether or not the harm was justified, the age of the accused, his or her mental condition at the time of the alleged offense in question, whether the accused could have behaved otherwise, notwithstanding the fact that no conscious creature has freedom of volition, see Chapter 11, and any other conditions surrounding the case, such as witnesses to the incident and any extenuating circumstances. 4. Assuming that the accused is found guilty by his or her superiors, what ought to be the punishment, if any, for the transgression? And 5. The discernment of whether or not the decreed punishment will adversely affect any innocent third party or parties. If so, the judges may decide to reduce the punishment. An obvious example is that of a new mother who must tend to the needs of her innocent infant child. Virtually all human activity is immoral. Factually speaking, practically each and every thought, word, and deed that we humans manifest is harmful, and most of those harmful deeds are moral, meaning that they are unjustifiably harmful. I would very conservatively estimate that at least 90% of all human deeds cause undue harm to the enactor, to other living creatures, and/or to the natural environment, due to abject ignorance and moral decadence, which in turn is a consequence of illegal governments, since it is the duty of the ruling class to enforce the law, that is, the actual law of the avoidance of unjustified harm, failure of the priesthood to teach Dharma, and environmental plunder, due to the desire for material wealth and affluence. Just compare how our nearest relatives, the great apes, live in complete harmony with their ecosystems, compared to anthropic harm caused to the entire planet, what to speak of the harm we are now causing to outer space and even to other planets. In the case of the latter, that is, harm enacted upon the inorganic environment, one may argue that, since no living creature, whether plant, animal, or fungus, is harmed, it ought not be counted as immoral. However, imagine the scenario where a person digs a number of holes in the sand dunes of a desert. There are no obvious signs of life dwelling in the sand, so it may be accurate to state that there is no harm caused to a living organism. However, the beauty of the dunes may be spoiled, and the holes may indirectly lead to other, yet unknown, disruptions to the natural order. Obviously, nobody would accuse an actor of committing a grave sin, if he or she were to dig a couple of small holes in a desert. After all, it is natural for children to create sandcastles, during a family outing to the beach or river, without any serious harm, although, in this case, some insects and possibly crustaceans are prone to being injured. On the other hand, if one were to dig hundreds of thousands of such holes in a desert, it would create a horrendous eyesore, and be a rather more heinous matter, in regard to ethics. Certainly, a far more serious offense would be the dumping of highly radioactive waste in a seemingly desolate desert, or in a seemingly lifeless lake of water. In such cases, the risk of harm to living beings would be far greater. Practically guaranteed, in fact, because everything on this planet, what to speak of the entire universe, is inextricably connected in more than just a romanticized fashion. Also, I suspect that the majority of humans would consider it to be concerning if we were to blow up the other planets of our solar system, just for the fun of it. As far as we know, there are no life forms on those planets, so it would not destroy any sentient life, yet it would seem contemptible, and again, would certainly affect us in some way. Of course, most all of our crimes are incomparably more destructive than merely digging a hole or two in the sand. Due to the fact that only a tiny proportion of humanity are strict vegans, we are contributing to incalculable harm on a daily basis, or even on an hourly basis, since many individuals consume several snacks throughout the day. Furthermore, one can cite the common crimes of extramarital sexual activity, rape, murder, which includes illegal warfare, theft, fraud, gambling, pornography, and the myriad of devastating outcomes as a consequence of feminism, particularly the entry of women into the workforce, which is quite destructive to families, and to society as a whole. One who is perceptive should be able to see how virtually each and every one of his thoughts and deeds is founded upon purely egocentric motivations, and in almost every case, results in undue harm to himself, herself, to society, to other living organisms, and or to the inorganic environment. Why should anyone be moral? There is a certain proportion of humanity who, unfortunately, are afflicted with psychological disorders, such as sociopathy and psychopathy, and therefore, are incapable of ever understanding the reason why it is beneficial for them to adhere to Dharma, that is, the law, and societal duties, as defined in this chapter, and in the glossary. As an advocate for veganism, animal rights, it never ceases to amaze me how many humans are hostile to the non-harming of our fellow animal life, even though, by refraining from undue animal use and abuse, we are factually benefiting ourselves also, what to speak of the benefit to the environment that automatically ensues from the reduction in animal agriculture, etc. Of course, those who are exceptionally perceptive understand that the universe is essentially a holistic system, and so, when one seemingly discrete subdivision of creation is negatively affected, it either directly or indirectly affects the entire system, of which we are part. In the magnificent, and very lengthy, ancient Sanskrit epic poem, Mahabharata, one of its main characters, Maharaja Yudhishthira, was asked, "What is the most wondrous thing in the world?" To which he replied, "The most astonishing thing in the world is, that everyone can clearly see death all about them, but believe that they themselves will not die." One of another most bizarre facts about humans is, that we need to be laboriously convinced by others, specifically, by religious preachers or spiritual teachers, masters, that it is in our own best interests to live a morally righteous life. It seems that the typical human being cannot easily understand the simple fact, that by following the law, again, the law of avoiding unjustifiable harm, they themselves will be greatly benefited, by acquiring the sublime peace and happiness that we desperately seek in every moment of the waking day, and even during sleep, since most humans conflate the pleasure of sleep with genuine happiness. So, in summary, the undeniable fact is, that by adhering to the principle of Dharma, and especially by actively propagating Dharma as much as it is practicable, human beings will automatically find this much sought after peace, especially if one also observes at least one of the 4 systems of yoga, religion, delineated in chapter 16 of this holy writ, preferably more than one system of religion, yoga, particularly the yoga of knowledge. As the old adage states, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. After all, pragmatism has become a legitimate philosophical tradition since the 1870s, so it ought not be discounted by epistemologists. Of course, skeptics will counter thus: you proclaim that the reason why we should adhere to the law is so that we may find genuine peace and happiness, but why should we strive for peace and happiness? The only possible response to such skepticism is to say that there must needs be a grounding axiom, and that the ultimate metric for human behavior is that we ought to do that which facilitates peace and happiness. Otherwise, why not simply commit suicide, as the French Algerian writer Albert Camus pondered? And such behavior constitutes living one's life according to the law, that is, Dharma, otherwise humanity will soon become extinct, though the obvious response to this event, by skeptics, would probably be, so what if humanity becomes extinct? To put it bluntly, if one wishes the demise of our species, following the law is unimportant, but for those who aspire to continue living in this world, and for the prosperity of humanity, it is absolutely imperative for law, Dharma, in Sanskrit, to be observed as far as humanly possible. Even more tersely, the following verse, from the 8th chapter of an ancient Indian text entitled Manava Dharmasastra, known alternatively as Manusmriti, composed approximately 2000 years ago, explains the simple reason why one ought to adhere to Dharma. Dharma eva harto hanti dharmo raksati raksita. Tasmad dharmo na hantavio ma no dharmo hartowardit. 8.15. States that when righteousness, Dharma, is destroyed, it destroys, but when the law, Dharma, is protected, it protects. Therefore, if one wants to be protected from any possible, unjustified, harm, one should be careful to follow the law, as explicated in this vital chapter of FISH. For those depraved fools, wretched psychopaths, aside, who remain unconvinced by the above argument for adherence to the law, Dharma, the following extreme example may possibly persuade them to accept the manifestly palpable fact that criminality is unbeneficial to all. Imagine a guy who is afflicted with a far-left mindset, Adharmavadan, Papi, or Asura, in Sanskrit. This implies that he is a supporter of communism, or at least, socialism, a condoner, if not a practitioner, of perverse sexuality, antithetical to authentic religious practices, and that he tolerates, or even rallies for, the illegitimate abortion of poor, innocent, defenseless human beings. In this example, the guy happens to spend his weekends gambling at local casinos, and because he unsurprisingly loses most of his cash, he often is compelled to steal food and other goods from business premises in his neighborhood. And, of course, because he is such a pathetic excuse for a man, the only women who seem to be attracted to him in a romantic way are fat, ugly, neon hair-colored feminists, who enjoy bossing him about like the cuckold that he is. Due to his miserable mental state, he is constantly depressed, and often viciously berates his workmates and retail store cashiers. If anyone could possibly consider this kind of human to be happy, peaceful, and contented, then so be it, since, obviously, far-left criminals themselves see nothing askew with this type of character, but no sane person would believe this guy to be truly happy, by any stretch of the imagination. And furthermore, all of this guy's wicked thoughts and actions has a harmful effect on those around him, and upon all humanity. Does morality evolve? Many persons have claimed that morality evolves over the course of time, by which they mean, as time advances, human beings have gained a progressively greater understanding of morality and have ascribed immorality to a larger range of normative behaviors. A common example often used is that of forced labor, usually called slavery, even though slavery can be voluntary, and hence why I have given the practice the qualification, forced. They claim that, in the distant past, we humans largely viewed forced slavery as a normal and natural practice, but in our present enlightened and just era, we now can clearly recognize that forced labor is ferociously unethical. However, this is not the case, as anyone will know who has carefully read and understood the chief import of this chapter, and indeed the entire scripture. Since the concept of immorality refers to any intentional action, either written, verbal, or physical, that causes undue injury to any living creature that cannot be justified, forced labor was always definitionally immoral, unethical, illegal, adharmic, and was always recognized as such by those who were actually familiar with genuine Dharma. However, there may be a couple of exceptions to that rule. The only one I can think of at present is that of immodesty. Initially in our evolutionary history, we humans were far hairier creatures, and because we evolved in the tropical regions of the planet, we had no need to clothe ourselves, just like any other form of animal life. However, as human society developed, especially in the realm of ethics, Dharma, we became ever more conscious of the need to regulate sexual behavior, and so began to wear clothing, both for keeping warm, outside of the tropics, and to preserve sexual chastity. In recent millennia, at least in the West, displaying one's genitalia and, in the case of women, breasts, in public is seen to be unequivocally obscene. Even in non-Western lands, especially in the tropics, humans would usually cover their external genital regions, e.g. refer to historic images of Pacific Islanders, Australian Aborigines, and African natives. So, to be fully accurate, the claim that morality evolves could be seen to be partially correct, but not if one strongly adheres to the essential definitions of the terms, morality, and immorality. For example, taking the above model of immodest dress into consideration, the fact that early humans were naked was not contrary to law, Dharma, because any potential harm caused by naked human beings would have been far lesser than it would be in our present epoch. The fact that early humans were fully occupied with activities pertaining to simply staying alive, with little to no leisure time, is ample evidence of this assertion. For instance, a man residing in the African continent 150,000 years ago would probably not be overly concerned that one of his fellow clan members was lustfully ogling his mates, since that other chap was almost definitely engaged in foraging for food for several hours per day, and had little time to gawk at any women in his clan. Also, the repercussions of a man lusting over a married woman would possibly be immediate, such as him being punched in the face, stomach. On the other hand, in the modern age, due to humans living in communities where we are unfamiliar with most of the persons around us, and having a far greater amount of free time, the risk of falling into patterns of licentiousness is correspondingly more severe. The fact that about half the content of the World Wide Web consists of pornographic material, or at least obscene images or videographic footage, is evidence of this fact. Therefore, in summary, whereas it is indisputably immoral for modern humans to bare their naked bodies to anyone outside their intimate relations or to a physician, that would not have been the case in our early evolutionary period, for the reason provided above. Of course, everything stated in this subsection is tangential to the notion that, as hominins evolved, they refined the scope of moral norms, in order to encapsulate novel actions and behaviors, such as verbal sins, following the development of modern languages. Obviously, an Australopithecus africanus could not have been guilty of blasphemy, bigotry or slander, if she was unable to communicate in any semblance of a spoken tongue. Can you think of another instance where morality may have evolved within the course of the Homo sapiens species? Do not confuse these three notions. The three concepts, religion, metaphysics, and law, yoga, tattva mimamsa, parabhortiki, and dharma, in Sanskrit, respectively, are often confused and or conflated by the typical religionist, and even more so by those who are critical of religion. For example, many detractors of Judaism and Christianity condemn the metaphysical system contained within the first chapter of the Judeo-Christian scriptures for being utterly inaccurate, and consequently, claim that the entire body of the doctrines must necessarily be counterfactual to confirmed scientific knowledge. However, apart from the inclination of those detractors for confusing the metaphysical claims with the religious precepts, this is a simple case of a non sequitur fallacy. It is eminently possible that the metaphysics of Genesis is factually incorrect, but that does not mean that worshipping and serving a world teacher or a prophet, like Lord Jesus Christ, is automatically wrong. In actual fact, devotion to a divine incarnation, such as Lord Jesus, is an extraordinarily beneficial thing, because it leads to the true peace and happiness that we are all seeking. Likewise, yoga and dharma are often confused and conflated with each other, so it is recommended that one carefully study the entirety of this holiest of all holy books, the only truly holy book, to be quite frank, in order to learn the actual distinction between these quite disparate notions. In brief, however, yoga, religion, is the union of the individuated self with the universal self, whilst law, dharma, ethics, morality is the adherence to the only moral law, and that is, the avoidance of unjustifiable harm to any living organism, including to oneself, of course. In summary, metaphysics is that field of study which aims to uncover the ultimate nature of physics itself, including naturalism, physicalism, any one of the varieties of theism, idealism, monism, etc., and thus, has practically nothing to do with actual religion, nor with the moral law. The fact that both religious and non-religious, irreligious individuals are known to condone dharmic, holy and righteous ideologies, such as monarchical, patriarchal, hierarchical rule, unjustified, abortion, and condemnation of perverse sexuality, is sufficient evidence of this. N.B. Here, non-religious and irreligious are used in the conventional sense of the terms, since, as demonstrated elsewhere in this treatise, a genuinely religious person is one who adheres to Dharma, the avoidance of non-justified harm, and not necessarily a believer in any deity. One of the most pressing words of advice that I, the author of this one and only Holy Scripture, can give to the readers of this book, most all of whom are probably religious aspirants, or spiritual seekers, is to largely disregard metaphysics, and to a far lesser extent, religion, yoga, in favor of the investigation of law, dharma. Personally, I could not care less if any particular human adheres to any specific devotional religion, or believes in panpsychism, monism, idealism, pantheism, polytheism, materialism, physicalism, naturalism, etc. The only issue that really matters is one's metaethics, not one's metaphysics. Do you consider any form of non-monarchical government, such as democracy or socialism, to be beneficial? Do you unnecessarily destroy the lives of poor, innocent animals and gorge on the bloody carcasses? Do you believe transvestism and homosexuality are moral? Do you consider feminist ideology to be righteous? If so, then you are objectively immoral, and your so-called enlightened, awakened state is immaterial, since it does not benefit society, nor benefit yourself, arguably, in any way. If the typical religious teacher, such as Christian priests, pastors, Buddhist monks, Sikh Granthi, Muslim imams, Vedic gurus, and Jewish rabbis, spent as much time instructing their flocks in the law, that is, Dharma, in Sanskrit, rather than preaching their insanely nonsensical pseudo-metaphysical beliefs, this world may have some hope. Of course, this declaration assumes that such so-called priests are conversant with proper metaethics and applied ethics, which, in virtually each and every case, they are not. This chapter of FISH is the exclusive, definitive treatise on morality, ethics to have ever been written, but unfortunately, such supposed spiritual leaders lack both the intelligence and the wisdom, in order to comprehend the supreme truths contained within the body, and, of course, the glossary, of this solitary holy scripture, and put its sagacious tenets into practice. As noted in chapter 20, only a tiny percentage of so-called priests are genuine spiritual masters. In order to understand the three subjects in question, one should refer to the relevant glossary entries, as well the pertinent chapters of this book. However, in brief, religion encompasses any practice that results in the human-animal achieving union of the self with the self, which is really just a flowery way of referring to one who has become liberated from psychological suffering, as a consequence of the false belief in free will. Metaphysics is any explanation for the physical, material universe, a list of which appears in the previous paragraph. Law, or to be more expansive, the realm of ethics and morality, or Dharma, refers to how humans have evolved to deal with the behavior of our fellow man, as well as other species of animalia, specifically those actions and behaviors that may cause undue harm to any species of organic life, and conversely, how any action or edict may benefit any human being, society as a whole, any non-human animal, and or possibly inert matter. In conclusion, this chapter of FISH is undoubtedly the most important of all the 30 chapters, because, unless society adheres to the most accurate and authentic understanding of law, morality, ethics, presented herein, humanity is doomed, which seems to be the case at the time of writing, so sad to say. After hundreds of thousands of years of existence, Homo sapiens, as a collective, have yet to properly understand the exigency of abiding by the principal axiom of, do no unjustifiable harm, as can be seen most clearly in the promotion of demonic scoundrels to the head of virtually each and every provincial and national government on the planet, which culminates in the promulgation of all things immoral. Right-pointing arrow therefore, this chapter is a tour de force of sheer logic and truth, and the truth shall eventually triumph, Satyam eva jayate, in Sanskrit. Should one find a man who points out faults and who reproves, let him follow such a wise and sagacious person as one would a guide to hidden treasure. It is always better, and never worse, to cultivate such an association. Dhammapada, verse 76. Siddhartha Gautama, usually misnamed, the Buddha. Indian spiritual master, despite the fact that he was almost definitely a dog-eating, deadbeat dad, since he was a carnist, who abandoned his dharmic duty to provide for and protect his wife and child, and that his teachings are profoundly flawed. See Dharma in the glossary. Non-violence means avoiding not only external physical violence, but also internal violence of spirit. You not only refuse to shoot a man, but you refuse to hate him. Martin Luther King Jr., American preacher and civil rights leader. Ahimsa is the highest duty. Even if we cannot practice it in full, we must try to understand its spirit and refrain as far as is humanly possible from violence. The way to truth lies through ahimsa, non-violence. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. Indian law practitioner, meaning, he studied and defended the subjective rules and regulations of England, South Africa, and Bharata, India. Alternative translation. Ahimsa is the highest virtue. Ahimsa is the highest self-control. Non-violence is the highest law. Non-harm is the highest self-restraint. Ahimsa is the greatest gift. Ahimsa is the best penance. Non-violence is the greatest donation. Non-harm is the best austerity. Ahimsa is the highest sacrifice. Ahimsa is the finest strength. Non-violence is the highest oblation. Non-harm is the greatest power. Ahimsa is the highest truth. Ahimsa is the greatest teaching. Non-violence is the best verity. Non-harm is the greatest precept. Bhisma, speaking to King Yudhishthira. Anusasana Parva 13, 117, 37-38, although in one edition, it belongs to chapter 116. Mahabharata, compiled by Krishnadvaipayana, aka Srila Vyasadeva. Translation by Jagadguru Swami Vivekananda, the current world teacher, that is, the Lord, God and Master of the known universe. Just look at us. Everything is backwards. Everything is upside down. Doctors destroy health, lawyers destroy justice, universities destroy knowledge, governments destroy freedom, the major media destroy information, and religions destroy spirituality. Michael Elner, American author. Addendum. Due to the fact that the body of this chapter may be far too difficult for the average human being to comprehend, to be quite frank, it seems that even most tertiary education professors, what to speak of the typical college or university graduate, are unable to understand the sublime logic, wisdom, and common sense contained herein, and because the understanding of, and adherence to, authentic Dharma, is of paramount importance to the continuation of human civilization, this page was composed in order to provide those with a median level of intelligence, with the necessary foundation with which to possibly live a life free of undue harm, and thereby find the peace and happiness that we all seek. Morality for Dummies. What is morality? Well, Let us look at a range of actions that we humans have almost always, if not always, considered to be immoral. 1. Rape. 2. Murder. 3. Theft. 4. Animal abuse. 5. Vandalism. 6. Blackmail. 7. Deception. 8. Domestic violence. 9. Adultery. So, what do all these actions have in common? Obviously, they all seem to be harmful to another person, right? So, if we had to define the term immoral, it would be something akin to an action that harms another person, and in this case, we can use the term person to include non-human persons as well, since the term person refers to any animal that has a face, since the word person comes from the Latin word persona, which means mask. Face. Conversely, the term moral would, of necessity, refer to those actions that are helpful. A dialectical investigation. Interlocutor, eel, wow, that seems to be really coherent. How come no one has taught me that before? Guru, me, I know, right. Despite being the current world teacher, the priest with the greatest authority on earth, at present. Even I did not understand this simple fact, until I was well into my 50s, and it was only because an Indian gentleman with whom I was chatting on the internet one day, sent me a quotation from an ancient Sanskrit epic called Mahabharata, that states, non-violence is the epitome of the law. Before that time, I was unsure how morality could be explained without the need for a god, for by this time, I had come to embrace an atheistic metaphysical worldview, known as monistic idealism. Eel. Well, I am certainly thankful for you passing on this wisdom to me also. So, now that I properly understand what is morality, immorality, it seems that I can discern any human action according to any harm that is enacted on another person, right? So, to put it simply, anything that is helpful to another is moral and anything that harms another is immoral, correct? Me. Well, yes, that is certainly a good starting point. However, there is a bit of fine-tuning that needs to be done to this paradigm. Because it can also be immoral for a person to harm himself or herself. Eel. You mean we humans don't have the right to harm ourselves? That doesn't seem intuitive to me. What if I wanted to smoke tobacco or chew betel nuts? I realize that those substances harm my body, but surely I have the right to do so, correct? Me. I agree that it may seem to be intuitive that we have the right to harm ourselves, if we so desire, but if we look at this dilemma from a rather higher, and less selfish, perspective, we should be able to understand that even when we harm ourselves, that is also counted as an immoral deed. First of all, when we harm ourselves, we are also harming those who are close to us. Unless you are one of those extremely rare hermits, you are part of a community, or at least a family. If you saw your daughter afflicting self-harm by cutting her wrists with a razor blade, which is actually not an uncommon practice among teenagers, especially in the West, would you say to her, "That's perfectly fine, sweetheart, just go ahead and kill yourself if you wish, I have no problem with that"? Or rather, would you do everything in your power to stop her from cutting herself and convince her to desist from such a harmful practice? I'm sure that you would do the loving thing, and try your best to see to it that your precious child does not harm herself. And secondly, the truth is, that we do not really have the right to harm ourselves, even if we are residing alone on a desert island or in a cave as a true hermit, because it contravenes the principle of morality. And, if you recall, morality is based on the axiom, non-harm is the greatest moral standard. Eel. Okay, I think I now understand. We humans do not, in fact, have the right to harm ourselves, because if we did, our loved ones would be hurt too. I am amazed how you have completely changed my mind on this matter in such a short space of time. Me. Yes, I am also amazed how we in the West have barely received any genuine wisdom teachings in relation to morality, DHARMA. And morality is obviously the most important thing in life, because without adherence to authentic Dharma, we will devolve into a species of sub-human creatures who will destroy ourselves, and if you are perceptive, you should be able to clearly see that this is precisely what we are doing now. Even in the nation that devised the aphorism, Ahimsa Paramo Dharma, non-violence is the highest law, there is very little adherence to that maxim. Just to provide a single example of this assertion, only a very tiny percentage of Indians are vegan, and if one is not a vegan, one is unduly harming non-human animals. And yes, lacto-vegetarians consuming dairy products is also unjustifiably harmful, without a doubt. Eel. Well, I admit that I'm a lacto-vegetarian, but I don't understand how this is harming cattle. I take very good care of my two cows, and I allow their calves to drink as much milk as they want, before my family milks them. How is that harmful? Me. In my view, that is harmful on 3 counts. Firstly, you are literally stealing the milk from your cows, because an animal who is unable to speak your native language cannot consent to that action. Secondly, you are possibly depriving the calves of their food supply. Dairy cows were selectively bred by humans to produce an inordinate quantity of milk, and that in itself is immoral. Thirdly, when humans, even the minority of humans who are not lactose intolerant, consume dairy products, especially the more fatty ones such as butter, ghee, and cheese, we are harming ourselves. Keep in mind that we both agreed that the definition of morality, dharma, included those actions that harms ourselves, as well as other creatures. Eel. Okay, you have convinced me. We ought to avoid all kinds of unjustified, undue harm, for that is the essence of morality, dharma. Me. I am so glad that you can see the obvious facts of the matter, and don't worry, I'll do everything I can, in order to help you and your family to become compassionate vegans. I assure you that you will definitely not regret your decision to go vegan. Moreover, now that you understand that the concept of morality is predicated on any perceived harm that is committed by a human, you can apply this paradigm to contentious actions such as abortion, homosexual acts, and pornography too.